Chapter 233. Lian Chongyi's so-called apology gift was some jade-green liquid in a container. The viscous liquid resembled jade as it reflected Yan Zhaoge's face. Seeing it, Yan Zhaoge immediately recognized that the jade spring was currently condensed. Within the territory controlled by the Lian family fortress, there was a famous jade sand spring. The spring water it produced was very beneficial to martial artists. Broad Creed Mountain had specially stationed a jade spring acting elder there, receiving a certain amount of spring water every year. However, compared to the jade sand spring water, the jade spring essence produced at the mouth of the spring was much rarer and more valuable. It was just that the jade spring condensed essence was extremely rare. Whether it was the Lian family fortress or Broad Creed Mountain, they could only obtain a bit of it every year. Other than the two of them, only the Howling Wind Sword sect had a share of it. The other powers didn't even need to think about it. And while the jade spring condensed essence that Lian Chongyi intended to hand over to Yan Zhaoge now seemed like only a single cup, it was actually equivalent to an entire year's worth of the spring's production. In other words, every year, the amount of jade spring condensed essence that the entire Broad Creed Mountain clan obtained from the jade sand spring was not as much as the one before Yan Zhaoge now. Naturally, it wasn't that the Lian family fort had concealed their output, but rather that they had painstakingly saved up their savings over the years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this bit of jade spring concentrated essence was priceless. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lian Chongyi smiled. This time's matter happened too suddenly, and I really came in a rush. Therefore, I can only give you this meager gift. Young Master Yan is used to seeing all sorts of rare treasures, so please do not laugh at me. When I return this time, this Lian will make proper preparations and send it over to young Master Yan very quickly. Although the jade spring essence was precious, it was still enough to show the sincerity of the Lian family fort's apology. However, the latter sentence undoubtedly revealed Lian Chongyi's true intentions. While he was here to apologize, he also hoped to use this to form a relationship with Yan Zhaoge. Perhaps Yan Zhaoge wouldn't remain in the Sand region for too long, but if news of the Lian family fortress being on good terms with the Broad Creed young master were to spread, it would already be of great benefit to the Lian family. Besides that, Yan Zhaoge also heard something else. Young master, in the Lian family, only the jade spring essence and jade sand spring water are good things. What can he prepare? By the side, who secretly sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge through his Orachi, can he make even more jade spring condensed essence? Why don't we just bring them over at once? Yan Zhaoge answered leisurely, the Lian family doesn't have anything else good, but some people do. Do you still remember the information I asked you to gather before coming to the Sand region? Who was startled? Howling Wind Sword Sect's Elder Hong. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Correct. Currently, the Howling Wind Sword sect was nearing the time of succession. The old sect master was getting on in years and had already decided to pass on his position to the next generation. Of the Howling Wind Sword sect's second-generation experts, the most outstanding one was actually Yan Di's old friend, Elder Jun. His cultivation base was the highest while also having a close relationship with Yan Di. However, Elder Jun had no intention of taking over the position of sect leader. He had already made it clear that he would not take over the position, so the competition was between the other two elders. Elder Hong and Elder Bai were equally matched. This made it hard for the old sect master of the Howling Wind Sword sect to make a choice. The two fought for their respective supporters, the most important of which was undoubtedly Broad Creed Mountain. As Yan Zhaoge knew, on this matter, whether it was the first seat elder of the Sand region or the principal elder of the Howling Wind Sword sect, they both maintained a neutral stance. Because it was not as complicated as the situation in the Eastern Tang previously, whether it was Elder Hong or Elder Bai, they were both supporters of Broad Creed Mountain. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or ability to handle matters, it was hard to determine who was superior. Therefore, Broad Creed Mountain also maintained a neutral stance. To Broad Creed Mountain, it was not important who took over the Howling Wind Sword sect. As long as the successor was loyal to Broad Creed Mountain, ensuring that no one else's crops grew on their own land, it would be fine. As long as their crops did not grow crooked, Broad Creed Mountain would not easily interfere in the internal affairs of its subordinate powers. Also, Elder Hong and Elder Bai also did not dare to cause too much of a ruckus. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to forcing Elder June to come out and clean up the mess. Under such circumstances, Yan Zhaoge, who had suddenly come to the Sand region, to the territory of the Howling Wind Sword sect, instantly caused the eyes of both sides to light up. Before this, Yan Zhaoge had not stayed for long, very quickly heading straight for the Great Western Desert, not letting Elder Hong and Elder Bai have a chance to properly interact with him. Afterwards, there had been an assassination attempt. The situation in the entire Sand region grew tense, and the internal conflict of the Howling Wind Sword sect also temporarily calmed down. The Lien family fortress was a second-rate power under the rule of the Howling Wind Sword sect, being close to Elder Hong. In coming over this time, other than apologizing to them and trying to resolve the possible anger of Yan Zhaoge and the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, they actually also had the intention of paving the way for Elder Hong. Because of his father, of the entire Howling Wind Sword sect, Yan Zhaoge was naturally the most familiar with Elder June. However, with Elder June not interfering in the competition for the position of clan chief, Yan Zhaoge also did not care about the struggle between Elder Hong and Elder Bai. On this matter, Yan Zhaoge and the first seat elder of the Sand region shared the same attitude. Elder Hong and Lien Chongyi were now trying to make use of this chance to get in touch with Yan Zhaoge. If Yan Zhaoge's attitude changed, that might change the entire situation. First, not mentioning Yan Di, who stood behind Yan Zhaoge, even Yan Zhaoge himself, the weight of his words now was also incomparable to that of ordinary people. Let alone the principal elder of the Howling Wind Sword sect, even the first seat elder of the Sand region might give face to Yan Zhaoge on this matter, which originally had no result. Not just on Yan Zhaoge's side, with Lianing having nearly caused Jun Luo's death this time, Lien Chongyi would also take the initiative to come and apologize to Elder June, trying to turn the situation from unfavorable to favorable. Not participating in the competition himself, Elder June was usually impartial. This time, whether it was Elder Hong and Lien Chongyi succeeding in their assault, or if he vented his anger on Elder Hong due to his daughter having met with danger, both might change the balance of the situation. Lien Chongyi had no choice but to pay attention to this. That is to say, who blinked, he is currently trying to curry favor with and bribe young master. Yan Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. Oh, you could say that. Who asked, then why doesn't he just bribe the first seat elder of the Sand region and the principal elder of the Howling Wind Sword sect? After all, they are the ones who are permanently stationed here, while young master, you are just passing by and temporarily staying here. Yan Zhaoge laughed, because Elder Bai would also do the same, not standing there by the side watching his competitors struggle, not having any reaction at all. The two sides directly traded their pieces. With my sudden arrival, it wouldn't be good for both sides to directly come knocking on my door. That would really be too unsightly. Therefore, they are both looking for a chance, wanting to seize the initiative. Elder Hong and the Lien family, aren't they using this as an excuse to come knocking on my door? Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to who, I estimate that Elder Bai's side has already received the news, and his scouts are probably already on their way, arriving shortly after Lien Chongyi's side. Who gave a simple and honest laugh. Young master, this is a chance to strike it rich. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. As his position had gradually grown, this was the first area where it was directly manifested. Vexed, this brother is a righteous person, isn't this specifically luring me into making a mistake? Chapter 234. Everyone, please support official subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lien Chongyi actually also felt a little uneasy. According to normal etiquette, if he, as a martial grandmaster, personally came to apologize to a martial scholar, being extremely sincere, the other party would most likely give him some face and accept his gift. Otherwise, this could be said to be a humiliation to a martial grandmaster like Lien Chongyi, with irreconcilable enmity between the two sides. However, Yan Zhaoge was not someone ordinary martial scholars could compare to. Even if he directly slammed the door in Lien Chongyi's face, Lien Chongyi could only smile bitterly and accept it. Not only would Lien Chongyi not have any thoughts of revenge, he would also have to think of a way to find someone else to intercede on his behalf, resolving the conflict. Of course, even from the rumors that Lien Chongyi had heard, while Yan Zhaoge was a little domineering, he was not hard to get along with most of the time. He should not be so ruthless. However, Lien Chongyi still felt a little uncertain, because his own motives were not pure. While he had personally come to apologize, he also had other intentions. If possible, Lien Chongyi did not want to do it so urgently. It would be best if he could do it a couple of times, things naturally falling into place. However, firstly, they didn't know when Yan Zhaoge would leave the Sand region, and secondly, Elder Bai's side would immediately react, also sending people over. If Lien Chongyi and Elder Hong wanted to seize the initiative, they had to make good use of this time gap. As a result, the side effects of this, such as Yan Zhaoge instead feeling unhappy, also became a risk that they had no choice but to bear. Glancing at Lien Chongyi, Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly, for Lord Lien is polite. While your nephew Lien Ying was in the wrong, fortunately, it did not lead to irreparable consequences. Actually, he was also used by others, and has already paid the price with his life. Therefore, I do not intend to pursue the matter any further. If some of our clan's martial practitioners say anything too extreme and reach Fort Lord Lien's ears, I hope that Fort Lord Lien will not take it to heart on account of their momentary anger. I will reprimand them later. Lien Chongyi repeatedly said that he dared not. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that cup of jade spring condensed essence. As for this jade spring condensed essence, please accept it, young Master Yan. Lien Chongyi immediately said, Lien Ying did something wrong. In the end, it is because I did not discipline him properly. I really feel guilty and uneasy. Looking at him, Yan Zhaoge smiled. After a while, our clan's Suzhou acting elderly will accompany me to the Great Western Desert. Unfortunately, Luo Luo, Lien Cheng, and Lien Ying were saved because of Elder Li. He had children and family members left behind. This was the Jade Spring Essence. I'll accept it on their behalf. Hearing this, Lien Chongyi nodded repeatedly, that would be for the best. I also feel deeply sorry for your sex Elder Li's death. It didn't matter what the reason was, as long as the item was accepted. Having achieved most of his goal in coming here, Lien Chongyi instantly relaxed greatly. However, what caused him to smile bitterly was the fact that Yan Zhaoge still did not respond to Elder Hong's words. Regarding this, Lien Chongyi naturally couldn't bring it up. Otherwise, it might really have the opposite effect, causing Yan Zhaoge to feel disgusted. He swiveled his head to look at Lien Cheng, who had always been standing silently by the side. Lien Cheng being able to return safely from the Great Western Desert this time is also thanks to young Master Yan. Other than to apologize, I have come to express my thanks. Lien Cheng hurriedly bowed towards Yan Zhaoge. Thank you, young Master Yan, for saving my life. Seeing this, Hu grinned but did not speak. Although he had been acquainted with Jun Luo before, Jun Luo was very friendly to everyone. Lien Cheng and the deceased Lien Ying might not be that outstanding. Usually, Lien Cheng. Lien Chongyi might not even bother to take a look at him. Now that he was fated to go through trials and tribulations with his young master, it became another reason for Lien Chongyi to pay a visit. Perhaps in the future, he would receive more attention from his family head. Fate meets by chance. It was also fate. It was naturally impossible to reach the heavens in a single step, but it had become a chance to change his life. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Lian Cheng is not bad, at least he is a person who values relationship. However, in this world of martial practitioners, treasures are priceless, but fragile and easily destroyed. In comparison, the iron blood and tenacity of Fire Beacon City is more beneficial for us to live our lives to the fullest. My words may be too presumptuous, but I have no intention of interfering in your life. Make your own decisions on your own path. Looking at Lian Cheng, a look of pleasant surprise flashed through Lian Cheng's eyes. Lian Cheng was dazed for a moment before he recovered, bowing towards Yan Zhaoge once more. Thank you, young Master Yan, for your advice. I also know that my personality is too weak. Yan Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands, no longer speaking. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge had the intention of sending him off, Lian Chengyi very perceptively took his leave. Leaving Yan Zhaoge's place, Lian Chengyi sighed. At least this trip had not been in vain. As for Elder Hang's side, there was also nothing he could do about it. He hadn't held much hope in the first place. Next would be Elder Jun and his daughter. Jun Luo had nearly died at Lian Ying's hands. Elder Jun had to be accounted for on this matter. If Elder Jun pursued the matter, even Yan Zhaoge's side might turn hostile. At the end of the day, the person of the Howling Wind Sword sect that Yan Zhaoge was most familiar with was still Elder Jun. As Lian Chengyi thought about this, he glanced thoughtfully at Lian Cheng who was following behind him. As they left Yan Zhaoge's lodgings, they met an old man who, led by a Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner, was also currently walking over. As the two sides met, Lian Chengyi's gaze instantly hardened. Oh, Manor Lord Huang. Lian Chengyi was extremely familiar with the newcomer. It was the Manor Lord of the Yellow Wind Mountain Manor, a second-rate power of the Howling Wind Sword sect similar to the Lian family fortress. It was just that, unlike the Lian family fortress who was subordinate to Elder Hong, the Yellow Wind Mountain Manor was a supporter of Elder Bai. Seeing Lian Chengyi, Manor Lord Huang's gaze similarly flickered as he laughed. Fortress Lord Lian, long time no see. How have you been? Lian Chengyi smiled. It has indeed been a long time. Manor Lord Huang's body is still as healthy as ever. I wonder why you have come all the way to this Suzhou city. Manor Lord Huang sighed. This old man and Broad Creed Mountain's elderly of Suzhou city can be considered old acquaintances. Now that he has been killed, this old man has to pay his respects no matter what. This old man has long heard of the great name of Broad Creed young master. Naturally, I would like to personally witness the flare of a dragon amongst dragons of legend. As he said this, he paid attention to Lian Chengyi's expression, seeing a smile appear on Lian Chengyi's face. This Lian has just seen young Master Yan. He is indeed extraordinary, incomparable to others, especially possessing a unique eye of discernment and extraordinary knowledge. Hearing his words, Manor Lord Huang narrowed his eyes, nodding. Oh, this old man also thinks so. Lian Chengyi was of course intentionally pressuring the other party, attempting to mislead him. However, seeing that while Manor Lord Huang had been touched, he still appeared to be full of confidence, Lian Chengyi's heart involuntarily jolted slightly. On the surface, he did not reveal this as he nodded slightly towards Manor Lord Huang. Since that's the case, this Lian will take his leave first. If Manor Lord Huang has the time, why not come to my Lian family fortress for a visit? Manor Lord Huang said courteously. Definitely, definitely. My Yellow Wind Mountain Manor also welcomes Fortress Lord Lian as a guest at any time. The two brushed past each other. Looking back at Manor Lord Huang walking towards Yan Zhaoge's lodgings, Lian Chengyi was momentarily filled with emotions. Now, they were truly displaying their respective abilities. It all depended on who could move that great Buddha within. Thinking of how that great Buddha was currently still only a martial scholar, only in his 20s, Lian Chengyi could only feel that the affairs of the world were hard to predict. Chapter 235. Keep updating, don't stop asking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Seeing that it was indeed the manor lord of the Yellow Wind Mountain Manor who had arrived right after Lian Chongyi, Yan Zhaoge felt even more amused. Yan Zhaoge felt that it was very good and very strong for the two groups to be fighting each other after they were done. Seizing the opportunity, actively forging ahead, fighting for some support that could be obtained, and constantly increasing the stakes for oneself. Yan Zhaoge was not averse to this kind of thing. Whether it was Elder Bai or Elder Hong, he did not have any inclination towards either of them. Therefore, since he had met the representative of one side, he would naturally give the other side an equal chance. Otherwise, if the news were to spread that Yan Zhaoge had met Lian Chongyi but given Manor Lord Huang the cold shoulder, it would be equivalent to telling others that he supported Elder Hong. Manor Lord Huang first reminisced about the deceased elderly together with Yan Zhaoge, before it gradually turned into a casual conversation. After chatting for a bit, Manor Lord Huang no longer dared to drag things out, lest he took up too much of Yan Zhaoge's time and incurred his irritation. He took out a brocade box and said smilingly, "I've heard that young Master Yan is fond of antiques, and is even well versed in various ancient texts. This old man just obtained an ancient treasure not too long ago, but was unable to comprehend it myself. I'd like to seek young Master Yan's guidance." Seeing him open the brocade box, Yan Zhaoge could not help but be slightly taken aback. There was a jade annulus in the brocade box, but it was only half of it. It was semicircular, and there were simple and unadorned patterns on its surface. It was clearly the other half of the jade coin that Yan Zhaoge had previously instructed Hu to find. After Yan Zhaoge had obtained the other half of the jade coin from Black Nightmare Mountain's Yaoshan, because the fracture on the jade coin was new, it had clearly been broken not too long ago. Therefore, he had determined that the other half of the jade coin was most likely still in the sand region. Who would have thought that after wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, he would find it by chance without even looking for it? As Yan Zhaoge appraised Manor Lord Huang, he saw that Manor Lord Huang was also looking at him rather expectantly. Discreetly exchanging a glance with Hu, Yan Zhaoge saw Hu shake his head slightly, indicating that he was being secretive. Even though he had been searching for the other half of the jade annulus, he did not leak any information. At the very least, the news would not reach Manor Master Huang's ears. Manor Lord Huang indeed did not know that Yan Zhaoge also possessed half of the jade coin, but he had found someone to verify it. The half of the jade annulus in his hand was very old, and it was genuine, not a modern imitation. The reason why Manor Master Huang was so confident when facing Lian Chongyi was not because he was blind, but because he felt that he had a target in mind. Throwing themselves at Yan Zhaoge's liking, the gift would most likely enter Yan Zhaoge's eyes. Stroking the jade coin with his finger, Yan Zhaoge smiled after a while. "It is indeed an ancient artifact of ancient times. I am also unable to see through it at the moment. However, I have some ideas. If Manor Lord Huang doesn't mind, can I stay for a few more days to study them?" A smile immediately appeared on Manor Lord Huang's face. "Of course. With young Master Yan around, this treasure will not be covered in dust." Manor Master Huang then tried to change the topic to Elder Bai. Yan Zhaoge not accepting any of them caused Manor Lord Huang to feel rather regretful. Still, on the whole, he had still left in a pretty good mood. After sending off Manor Lord Huang, Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly on the table, saying, "Hu, choose something from my personal possessions to give to the two of them as a gift." He tapped the brocade box containing the jade coin. "The value of this item is a little higher. Just say that it is because I have a penchant for antiques." Hu blinked. "Young master. Neither of them are of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. They took the initiative to give it to you, and it wasn't you extorting them. It's actually no big deal for you to take it. Even if the matter is brought back to the clan, it will still be fine. One is playing petty tricks, using the excuse of apologizing to sell dog meat, while the other is coming under the guise of mourning for elderly. I don't have a good impression of both of them." Yan Zhaoge shook his head. If they were all things like the jade spring condensed essence, it would still be fine. Who knows, I might really just eat up the one and eat up the other. The two families would eat it up and wipe it clean. However, this half of the jade coin just happens to be what I am currently searching for. If he doesn't deliver it to us, we would still have to spend time searching for it. Therefore, we should return the gift. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands, only returning the gift to one family. In the eyes of the outside world, I am still standing between Elder Bai and Elder Hong. Therefore, both families should return the gift. Unless Uncle Jun expresses his stance on the matter of the Howling Wind Sword sect, we will not participate in it. Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. Yes, young master. Yan Zhaoge took out his half of the jade coin, combining it with the other half in the brocade box. The two halves of the jade coin came together, fitting together seamlessly, instantly forming a complete jade coin, flickering with a faint radiance. Yan Zhaoge's finger traced along the patterns on the surface of the jade coin, slowly deducing the circulation of this spirit formation within his heart. Because the jade coin itself had been shattered, the spirit formation inscribed on it had also become incomplete. While the spirit patterns had been restored, for the circulation of the spiritual qi within to be restored, Yan Zhaoge would still have to deduce and repair it. As the days passed, the newly appointed acting elder of Broad Creed Mountain Suzhou City, Su Fei, finally arrived. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu all went out to welcome him, seeing a tall man striding over with a majestic aura. It was precisely the heavenly rock, Su Fei. Su Fei strode over to Yan Zhaoge, punching Yan Zhaoge's shoulder, laughing heartily. I've come to assist you this time. Yan Zhaoge also laughed. Sending you over to Suzhou City as an acting elder is really a waste of your talent. Su Fei took off the leather pouch at his waist, gulping down a large mouthful of wine before wiping his mouth, not minding it at all. With the clan's orders, I will naturally obey. Grand Master and Master definitely have their own considerations. I've also seen the report you sent to the clan. The Decimating Abyss and Black Nightmare Mountain getting together. This matter can be big or small, and cannot be taken lightly. Su Fei handed the leather pouch over to Yan Zhaoge, who also raised his head and gulped down a mouthful of wine before saying, speaking of which, I might have to leave for a period of time in the near future. At that time, I'll need senior apprentice brother Su to keep a closer eye on me. Just go at ease, Su Fei answered. Swiveling his head to look at Feng Yunsheng, he smiled, junior apprentice sister Feng, right? This is the first time we've met, it's nice to meet you. Feng Yunsheng also smiled, I've long heard of senior apprentice brother Su. Su Fei smiled, shooting a sidelong glance at Yan Zhaoge, drunkard reputation. Feng Yunsheng blinked, also looking at Yan Zhaoge like she was smiling whilst also not. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, pointing at Feng Yunsheng, just sell me out. Su Fei smiled, patting his hand, you still need someone to sell you out? It's more important that you don't keep selling me out. Laughing and chatting, they accompanied Su Fei to complete the handover. While Su Fei seemed crude and straightforward, he was actually meticulous on the inside, a down-to-earth person who was willing to work hard. His talent in martial arts was outstanding, his strength outstanding. Being sent out to handle daily matters, he was stable and steady, similarly being an expert. Taking over the position of Suzhou's acting elder, he very quickly got into the role, afterwards being praised non-stop by the first seat elder of the Sand region and the principal elder of the Howling Wind region. After taking over Su Fei's position, Yan Zhaoge returned his attention back to that completely recovered jade coin. One day, as Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, on the ground before him, a jade coin emitted light, projecting a complete spirit formation which circulated soundlessly, floating into the air. Looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge saw that at the center of that spirit formation, there seemed to be a door. Chapter 236. 5 chapters was not the end, there was still a new chapter today. Everyone, please subscribe and give us your monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Looking at that illusory door at the center of the spirit formation, Yan Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. His previous speculation about the effects of the spirit formation based on the patterns on the jade annulus was correct. This spirit formation was indeed leading to a secret realm. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge, Hu asked curiously, "Young master, such a small piece of jade coin can actually contain the secrets of space, being able to guide people to a different dimension?" Yan Zhaoge sighed. In the world before the Great Calamity, the martial Tao flourished, with all sorts of principles and concepts being analyzed to a very profound level. Because of that, some of the profound aspects were simplified and could be used in daily life. Although ordinary people would still not be able to understand them, some tools could be used. Yan Zhaoge stood up. A shadow shrinking pouch actually was a rather common thing before the Great Calamity. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge walked to the other side. There, the massive pillar of the divine palace still stood erect, seemingly having not changed in the least. However, as Yan Zhaoge's palm pressed down on it, the tall stone pillar instantly began shrinking. At the end, only around a foot long remained, resembling a short rod as it landed within Yan Zhaoge's palm. There was no need for it to stand upright. Lying flat on Yan Zhaoge's palm, Yan Zhaoge was currently unable to feel any weight at all. Over this period of time, Yan Zhaoge had already successfully completed the second refinement of the pillar of the divine palace. While there were still many intricacies that he had to work on, at the very least, Yan Zhaoge was already able to freely control the size of the stone pillar. Senior apprentice brother Su, Junior apprentice sister Feng, "I'll have to trouble you to look after this place for a while," Yan Zhaoge said to the two of them by the side. Shui Fei and Feng Yunsheng both nodded. "Don't worry, we'll make sure you have a backup plan. Let's go." After keeping the pillar of the divine palace in the form of a stone rod, Yan Zhaoge floated into the air, walking in the direction of the door of light projected by the jade coin. Hu followed suit. Following behind Yan Zhaoge, they walked towards that door together. As Yan Zhaoge passed through the door of light, his body felt as though it was being ripped apart for an instant, but he did not panic. Instead, he simply walked past them. His vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. The tearing sensation quickly disappeared, and the blinding white light in front of him also disappeared. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits before opening them again. The scene before him was lush green. It was full of vitality. To the current him, they would all be rather precious things. Yan Zhaoge had really not made this trip in vain. Especially when, in Yan Zhaoge's memories, loose practitioner, he had been rather proficient in cultivating spirit medicines and herbs. As Yan Zhaoge and Hu walked within the foreign dimension, the two suddenly felt that something was a little wrong. Scratching his big head, Hu looked puzzledly at Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, I don't know if it is my misperception, but while we have opened up a hole, isn't the rate at which the spiritual qi of this world is deteriorating a little too fast?" Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "No, your feeling is very correct. While the rate at which the spiritual qi is deteriorating is increasing unceasingly, this acceleration is a little too great." Hu stopped smiling, his expression turning somewhat solemn. "Young master, do you think that there might be another jade coin that can also open up this foreign dimension? That someone came in here with us, opening up an additional door. It might not necessarily be a regular key like the jade coin spirit formation." Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "The great thousand worlds are filled with all sorts of extraordinary things. Under some special circumstances, space might also be inadvertently ripped apart, opening up a passageway between the eight extremities world and the foreign dimension." Yan Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. Some unique treasures can also do this, just that locating it is a problem. Suddenly, the purple light of thunder flickered slightly within Yan Zhaoge's right eye. He abruptly swiveled his head, his gaze like lightning as he looked in a certain direction. Feeling this as well, Hu snorted coldly, looking in the same direction as Yan Zhaoge. The purplish-green light of thunder flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right eye. In the distant horizon, for just that one instant, the space seemed to ripple for a moment before it returned to normal. Over 100 kilometers away from Yan Zhaoge, in a primordial forest in another direction of the foreign dimension. A young man stood on the trunk of a large tree, letting out a low, muffled groan. A crystal-like mirror before him suddenly emitted sparks, shattering the next moment. Eye of the Thunder Emperor. The man's expression was complex. It was precisely the direct disciple of the heavenly Thunder Hall, the thunder-rumbling young master, Lin Zhou. Chapter 237. Everyone, please support the original subscriptions. Thank you. Looking at the fleeting flash of lightning before him as well as the shattered crystal mirror, Lin Zhou's expression was complex to the extreme. The broken mirror reflected his face, making him look even more dazzling. Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Currently, Lin Zhou's heart was filled with complex emotions, as he couldn't help but think back to when he had fought with Yan Zhaoge for the Eye of the Thunder Emperor back at the east strangling snowy mountains. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor, which he had originally viewed as his, had ended up in Yan Zhaoge's hands in the end, while in order to escape from Yan Zhaoge's fist, Lin Zhou himself had been forced to use the blood-transforming flowing light jade's forbidden technique, causing his injuries to worsen as he was even unable to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet. It was precisely during the Heavenly Connection meet that the incident at Clear Concealed Lake had occurred. While Lin Zhou hadn't personally witnessed it, from the rumors and intelligence he had heard afterwards, it wasn't hard for him to deduce that in the process of Yan Zhaoge destroying the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor had played an important role. This caused Lin Zhou to feel even more upset. At this moment, seeing Yan Zhaoge using the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment to destroy the unique treasure he had used to investigate from afar, Lin Zhou's face was a little gloomy. Sucking in a deep breath, calming his emotions, he pondered, why would Yan Zhaoge also appear here? Was it because I opened the door to the void, affecting this foreign dimension, causing doors to open in other places as well, allowing him to enter by coincidence, or does he also have a way to open the door to the void on his own accord? Lin Zhou frowned. Could it be that he also knows that the immortal crane wings are here? Or is it like that time in Old Man Great Sorrow's mausoleum, where there are still other treasures other than the immortal crane wings that I don't know about? Indeed, this guy is too much of a hindrance. Meeting Yan Zhaoge once more, Lin Zhou felt a little stifled. There was a treasure here that he very much valued, the immortal crane wings. It was just that wanting to enter was rather difficult. According to his memory, Lin Zhou first sought another opportunity, and obtained a treasure that could open the door of the void. Then, he found a broken relic left by loose practitioner he in the past, and used it to help him locate the location. As a result, he successfully established a passageway between the Eight Extremities world and this foreign dimension. Although I have also successfully broken through to the late stage of the Xiantian realm, his strength is extraordinary. Not only that, he has a sacred artifact fragment with him, and that evil slave is following him closely. Lin Zhou told himself to calm down. I want to fight him for the treasure. It's not easy. Lin Zhou's gaze was distant as he raised his head to look at the world he was in. If this foreign dimension collapses before he leaves, then even if he has the sacred artifact fragment, it will be hard for him to escape death. But now that there's an additional door here, the rate at which the spiritual energy is decaying has changed. I can't calculate the specific time when the space will collapse. After pondering for a moment, Lin Zhou gritted his teeth, turned around, and exited through the door he had come in from. Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look into the distant horizon, the purplish-green light of thunder indistinctly visible within his right eye. Ah Hu snorted and said, it's not a great grandmaster, but a grandmaster martial arts practitioner. He's using some special treasure to spy on us. Yan Zhaoge said, it doesn't seem like he was intentionally spying on us. Instead, he was also investigating the situation within this foreign dimension. His gaze fell on us just now. Ah Hu said, young master. Indeed, there are others who have entered. Their cultivation bases aren't high, but we also don't know how many of them there are, and whether there are any other experts. Yes, this matter cannot be delayed. Let's hurry on. lest a long night brings many dreams, Yan Zhaoge strode forward first, Ahu following closely behind. Following the spiritual qi vein here, Yan Zhaoge very quickly exited the primordial forest. The scene before them suddenly cleared up. A small thatched hut appeared before them, looking rather simple. However, looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge could clearly see a silhouette hovering above that thatched hut. It resembled an immortal crane spreading its wings. At first glance, that immortal crane silhouette seemed only the size of a bird, small and exquisite. However, looking more carefully, as it spread its long feathers, it seemed to envelop the entire foreign dimension. After observing for a while, Yan Zhaoge slowly nodded. Loose practitioner, he used his fist intent to form a restriction. It has remained here till this day. Looking at the thatched hut beneath the immortal crane silhouette, Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. If we want to enter, it looks like we have to first break this restriction. Yan Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings, then walked towards the thatched hut as he said to Ahu, Ahu, help me stand guard, paying attention to the surroundings. Ahu acknowledged, standing solemnly by the side as he raised his spiritual sense to the maximum, concentrating on observing his surroundings. Time passed unceasingly. There was no sun rising or setting in this foreign dimension, but Ahu unceasingly calculated the time, paying attention to Yan Zhaoge's progress in breaking the restrictions here. This world was not large. With Yan Zhaoge and Ahu's cultivation bases, walking would not take them too long. The reason why they were worried about not having enough time and the space collapsing was actually to prevent the current situation of the original owner of this space blocking their way. Seeing Yan Zhaoge unceasingly approaching the thatched hut, Hu did not relax, because he could feel that the deterioration of the spiritual qi of this space was getting faster and faster, also getting more and more obvious. The abundant spiritual qi that he had been able to feel when he had first entered this foreign dimension had already completely vanished at this moment. Ahu's gaze suddenly hardened, resembling a sleeping tiger opening its eyes, wanting to devour someone. He stood silently where he was, not moving. After a moment, his figure suddenly leapt up. In the blink of an eye, Ahu's figure appeared at the edge of the other end of the forest, the strong winds that he kicked up directly toppling numerous great trees that towered to the heavens. The rather dazed figures of two martial scholars were revealed, only regaining their wits when Ahu arrived in front of them. However, not waiting for them to react, they had already been sent flying like they were riding the clouds, not having any room to resist at all as they were thrown out by Ahu. Ahu's figure flashed, appearing at the other side in the blink of an eye. There, yet another martial scholar appeared. The other party had originally wanted to hide by the side, quietly waiting for an opportunity, but who knew that Ahu would suddenly make a move? He knew that things were not good, but before he could do anything, the Ahu who had thrown out the other two had already instantly arrived before him. This Xiantian martial scholar wanted to resist, but how could he be Ahu's match as he too was sent flying by Ahu? From the distant forest, a shocked voice resounded, "Martial Grandmaster." Those three martial scholars struggled to get to their feet. Hearing this, they couldn't help but glance at Ahu, instantly not daring to make a sound as they scrambled away. Ahu looked coldly in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man appeared before him, shockingly also a martial grandmaster. Seeing the other party's clothes and feeling his aura qi, Ahu's gaze turned even colder. The newcomer was clearly from the Sacred Sun clan. This middle-aged man appraised Ahu, "I've heard of you, always following that little thief Yan Zhaoge. Still, it's fine when you were only a martial scholar back then, but now that you're already a martial grandmaster, you're actually still willing to be the retainer of a martial scholar. What a scandal! Don't you know that having established your own clan, you're already able to establish a second-rate power?" Ahu scratched his ear, flicking his finger, "What I want to do is none of your business." This Sacred Sun clan martial grandmaster chuckled coldly, while the Sacred Sun clan has said not to have any conflict with Broad Creed Mountain in the near future. This does not include personal gains. You should have just entered the martial grandmaster realm, right? Today, I will give you a lesson as a form of welcome. Chapter 238. I'm about to be squeezed out of the top 10 in the monthly votes ranking. I'm in imminent danger. I'm begging for monthly votes to protect my ass. Thank you everyone. Having said that, this martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan did not hesitate as he directly extended his palm. A strong light immediately surged from his palm. The illusory world formed by his stellar energy was compressed into spirit soil, shining brilliantly. The heaven-striking palm was like the arrival of the sun. It instantly illuminated the surroundings and struck down toward Ahu. Ahu smiled ferociously. His entire body surged with stellar energy, and gusts of black wind appeared. He looked like a human-shaped tornado. Wherever the black storm went, it covered the sky and the sun, causing the sunlight to dim. As expected of the direct disciple of the Black Nightmare Mountain. The opponent laughed coldly, but even if it is the Black Nightmare Mountain, so what? As he spoke, the heaven-striking divine palm struck down, clashing head-on with Ahu's ghost tiger divine claw. This martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan chuckled, a martial grandmaster serving as someone's retainer. Do you think that your master is a martial saint? Don't make me laugh to death. He spread out his 5 fingers, and 5 beams of golden light burst forth, as if they had turned into a giant golden palm, slapping down toward Ahu. Ahu bared his teeth, his ferocity overflowing. You're the one who thinks you're a martial saint, aren't you? As he spoke, Ahu crossed his claws, and suddenly, 10 black gales swept out. The gales crisscrossed and seemed to cut the space in front of him into pieces. The golden palm was instantly sliced into pieces, and then turned into streams of light, vanishing in the air as if it had been torn apart. Ahu's body suddenly crouched, and then he leaped up, like a ferocious tiger out of its cage, instantly appearing in front of his opponent. He grabbed his throat with one hand and grabbed his chest with the other. His cold killing intent immediately made his enemies feel a chill run down their spines. This martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan was greatly shocked. What ferocious strength, why does it feel like it's comparable to the early martial grandmaster Tang Yonghao? But how was this possible? What kind of person was Tang Yonghao? For a long time in the fire field. In the hearts of most of the Sacred Sun clan's martial practitioners, he was the current #1 figure of the 8 Extremities world's younger generation. Even if he could not compare to Yen Di who had presided over all heroes in the past, Tang Yonghao was still the most outstanding martial practitioner amongst his generation. In the Heavenly Connection meet, Tang Yonghao had triumphed over the Sacred Sun clan's nemesis. The leading figure of Jade Sea City's younger generation, the 7 Seas young master Song Chao. Afterwards, while he had fought to a draw with Broad Creed Mountain's Su Fei and his brilliance had been overshadowed by Yan Zhaoge's recent rise to prominence, Tang Yonghao was still an indisputable elite of the younger generation, a genius amongst geniuses. Geniuses and ordinary people were differentiated by different standards, and if geniuses and monstrous people were also divided into levels, Tang Yonghao was still someone who looked down on his peers, someone who stood at the very top. This martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan was even somewhat doubting his own judgment at this moment. This big blockhead before him, always following behind Yan Zhaoge like an attendant, actually possessed strength comparable to Tang Yonghao? What a joke! In the War of the Eastern Tang that year, when Ahu had still been a Xiantian martial scholar, he had once clashed with martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun clan. However, in comparison to the situation at that time, this martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan discovered that Ahu's battle prowess at the same cultivation level was clearly stronger than it had been then. I've seen a ghost. This martial grandmaster clenched his teeth. Executing the leap of the rising sun, he narrowly avoided Ahu's claws. However, Ahu's speed was not any slower than his opponent's as he immediately sent out another claw, directly clawing towards the crown of his opponent's head. His opponent was also a veteran of 100 battles. Seeing this, he instantly didn't dare to continue clashing head-on. The heaven-striking palm was a martial art that suppressed others in an imposing manner, becoming smoother the more one fought. Going with the wind could unceasingly expand one's advantage, but once the wind was against it, it would instead become more and more difficult for one to fight. This martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan calmed his heart. He immediately switched from the heaven-striking palm to the sunset thousand illusory palms, contending with Ahu with graceful variations. The glow of the setting sun shone, instantly dyeing the primordial forest in a layer of twilight. However, Hu did not let his opponent off. The ghost tiger Divine Claw had a deep understanding of its essence, his figure as unpredictable as a ghost's, the force of his claws fierce and violent to the extreme, as though they wanted to rip apart space itself. That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan was beaten into retreat by him, perilous situations appearing all around him. If not for Ahu still splitting some of his attention to be on guard against other possible enemies in the surroundings, the other party would have long since died beneath his claws. The two clashed. They directly flattened the surrounding area, countless ancient trees that towered to the heavens toppling over, either burnt to ashes or sliced into fragments. A light appeared around Yan Zhaoge's body, but he was enveloped by the fist-intent restrictions left behind by loose practitioner He. Originally formless restrictions of the fist intent, having been impacted by the aftershocks of the battle between Ahu and the other party, traces appeared on them. Enveloped by loose practitioner He's fist intent restrictions, while blocking Yan Zhaoge's path to the thatched hut, it also prevented him from being affected by the aftershocks of the battle between Ahu and the other party, being able to focus on breaking the restrictions. Yan Zhaoge could feel that the restrictions of the fist intent before him were currently loosening unceasingly, naturally weakening. These restrictions of the fist intent were more or less connected to this foreign dimension. With the spiritual chi of this foreign dimension declining, the entire space moving towards destruction, this had more or less affected the restrictions left behind by loose practitioner He. Yan Zhaoge was now in a race against time, breaking the restrictions and obtaining what he wanted before the foreign dimension began to collapse. As time passed, Yan Zhaoge got closer and closer to the thatched hut. Finally, the silhouetted crane above the thatched hut let out a long cry, before gradually dissipating. The area before Yan Zhaoge suddenly relaxed, no longer obstructing him as he could directly rush towards the thatched hut. However, in that instant when the restrictions of the fist intent completely disappeared, a powerful aura suddenly surged in the distance. A figure shot towards the thatched hut as fast as lightning. It was also a martial grandmaster, just waiting for Yan Zhaoge to break the restrictions before making his move. Who had always been on guard against such a situation happening. With a howl that shook the heavens and the earth, his entire person blocked his opponent's path like a fierce wind, stopping his advance with a single punch. That Sacred Sun clan martial grandmaster wanted to make a move, but Ahu had not forgotten about him. Crossing his palms, wild winds howled as Ahu's fist intent of aura chi expanded completely, transforming into an all-encompassing storm that swept the surrounding area, completely concealing the area around the thatched hut. Fighting one against two, he forcibly withstood the attacks of two martial grandmasters, causing them to be unable to approach the thatched hut at all. Entering the thatched hut, the first thing that entered Yan Zhaoge's eyes was a snow-white cloak, completely stitched together from the feathers of cranes. The cloak of crane feathers hung within the hut, a few things placed on a low table below. Yan Zhaoge immediately saw the life-illuminating immortal stone amongst them. However, as Yan Zhaoge neared the low table, the cloak of crane feathers suddenly shook and expanded, resembling an immortal crane flashing its wings as numerous strong winds blew over, making it hard for Yan Zhaoge to approach it. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly, the purplish-green light of thunder flickering within his right eye as he resisted the strong winds, before he reached out and grabbed towards the things on the low table. Now, Ahu's enraged roar resounded from outside. Then, a dim light flickered from the door of the room, noiselessly stabbing towards Yan Zhaoge's back. You again. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. The newcomer was none other than that martial grandmaster who had tried to assassinate him in the devilish formation of Clear Concealed Lake back then. The Gang Chi was condensed to the point where its light and aura were restrained, like a divine object concealing itself. Only when it harvested the life of its opponent would it display its brilliance. What caused Yan Zhaoge to be especially vigilant was that his opponent's current weapon was a low-grade spirit artifact. Yan Zhaoge had a lot of low-grade spirit artifacts, more than any other martial scholar. Most of them were spoils of war he had seized from his enemies. But the problem was that the previous owners of these spoils of war, most of them were martial scholars like Yan Zhaoge. And a martial scholar was actually unable to fully unleash the power of a spirit weapon. Martial grandmasters were different. Although the opponent in front of him was only at the first level of the martial grandmaster, the early stage of the spirit-nurturing realm, with a low-grade spirit weapon in his hands, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. A spirit weapon in the hands of a martial grandmaster and a spirit weapon in the hands of a martial scholar were two completely different concepts. When this black-robed great grandmaster attacked, he did not say a word. However, he displayed his dark light killing technique to the fullest. The might of the spirit artifact longsword in his hand was completely unleashed. The sword light was dim, looking weak and dim, but each sword was faster than the previous, stronger than the previous. With the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas, it attacked towards Yan Zhaoge. With the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment temporarily restrained by the cloak of crane feathers, Yan Zhaoge also did not have it easy against the opponent before him. Outside the hut, Ahu was unable to contain his rage as he unleashed his full strength, wanting to charge into the hut. However, his opponents, while they were not on the same side, at this moment, they all tacitly joined hands, preferentially attacking Yan Zhaoge and Ahu who had gained the initiative. Now that Ahu was also a martial grandmaster, the power of the black nightmare armor on his body was completely unleashed, dark light roiling and black wind roaring, causing him to resemble a demonic god. Yan Zhaoge even handed the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, to Ahu. While as a spirit-nurturing martial grandmaster, Ahu was unable to fully unleash the power of the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, he was already able to wield a portion of its power. Ahu did not cultivate in saber arts, but currently, he completely wielded his saber with chi, concealing the hidden clear sunlight saber within the black storm formed of his fist intent aura chi. The spirit artifact saber mixed together with the piercingly cold wind sabers, causing enemies to be unable to guard against them. However, whose opponents all had spirit artifacts on them as well. Other than the two martial grandmasters at the start, another martial grandmaster very quickly joined the fray. With the three of them surrounding and attacking, Ahu did not fear them in the slightest, even gaining the upper hand as he fought, causing the hearts of his three opponents to tremble with fear. It was just that with his three opponents holding him back, who would not be able to rush into the hut to assist Yan Zhaoge within a short period of time. Who was incomparably frustrated, other than young master's side, there should only have been a single door. There are actually so many enemies of different origins. Right, at the start, it might have only been that spying martial grandmaster alone. Realizing that he was not our match, he diverted the trouble, leaking the news and drawing in so many people from different places. Within the hut, garbed in the lofty mountain armor, Yan Zhaoge faced off against that black-clothed, masked martial grandmaster opponent. Within that pair of yellowed pupils that emitted a blood-red light, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely see that other than coldness, they also contained hatred and resentment. Within the hut, Yan Zhaoge was locked in an intense battle with the masked decimating abyss martial practitioner, while outside the hut, Ahu and the other three martial grandmasters were engaged in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle. If not for that cloak of crane feathers within the hut, which vaguely possessed the power to protect it, this place would have long since been razed to the ground by Ahu and the others. With so many martial grandmasters present, the martial grandmasters who had entered the foreign dimension all sensibly retreated. Perhaps there were rare and precious treasures here, but with the current situation, there was most likely nothing for them to do. Rashly embroiled in a battle between martial grandmasters, one would sometimes not even know how they died. However, there was one exception. It was precisely the Lin Zhou who had spread the news that Yan Zhaoge and the others were here, as well as that secret treasure. Calmly and carefully, he tried to avoid the battle between Ahu and the other three, approaching the hut. With Yan Zhaoge and Ahu's attention drawn, his chances of obtaining the treasure increased greatly. The immortal crane wings, that cloak of crane feathers which hung within the hut, was Lin Zhou's main target this time. Of course, if there was a chance, he would also make use of it to sweep the other treasures away. If he could bury Yan Zhaoge here for good, that would be even better. Through the open window of the straw hut, Lin Zhou gazed at the immortal crane wings, his eyes blazing. With this treasure, leaving Yan Zhaoge behind would not be impossible. However, not waiting for Lin Zhou to approach any further, he abruptly stared wide-eyed. He saw Yan Zhaoge forcibly withstanding that masked martial grandmaster's sword with the lofty mountain armor, his figure making use of the momentum to fly backwards. The light of thunder flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right eye, the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment temporarily locking the immortal crane wings in place, before Yan Zhaoge's entire body crashed into the immortal crane wings, wanting to wrap this cloak of crane feathers around his body. You won't be able to refine the immortal crane wings in time for your own use, Lin Zhou smiled coldly, instead sending yourself over to the opponent's sword. Indeed, that masked martial grandmaster's sword did not cease in the slightest as it pursued and stabbed towards Yan Zhaoge's body, directly breaking through the defense of the lofty mountain armor. The dim sword light cut through Yan Zhaoge's clothes, directly arriving at the skin of his chest, causing Yan Zhaoge to feel an icy coldness within his heart. Chapter 240. 10 of 2 for the Are People Who Ask About Gender Retarded? Alliance. I've been working hard, asking for subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. As Yan Zhaoge entered the immortal crane wings, his figure halted momentarily, giving his opponent a chance. The sword broke through the lofty mountain armor, breaking through Yan Zhaoge's clothes, arriving directly at his heart. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge also felt a chill. However, Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he focused on the opponent before him, not panicking in the slightest. The surface of his skin suddenly flashed with a golden light. As the golden light flickered, Yan Zhaoge's entire body seemed to be plated with a layer of golden radiance, resembling a golden statue. On Yan Zhaoge's chest, a simple yet profound rune appeared, helping Yan Zhaoge to block the enemy's sword. The bloodthirsty light in the yellowing eyes of the masked martial grandmaster was unprecedentedly dazzling. The long sword in his hand continued to exert force, and the dark sword light suddenly exploded at this moment. The endless sharp light filled the entire room, and even the thatched cottage that was under the protection of the immortal crane wings was on the verge of collapse from the impact. Yan Zhaoge opened his mouth, chanting a string of ancient, awkward-sounding incantations. There was no one present who could understand the specifics of what Yan Zhaoge was saying, with only Lin Zhou of the Thunder Domain vaguely feeling that the strange language that Yan Zhaoge was suddenly chanting seemed to be some extremely rare dialect of the northernmost gold region of the Thunder Domain. However, Lin Zhou did not understand the meaning behind it. He was only concerned about one thing at the moment. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge reciting that ancient incantation, the golden radiance on his body grew more concentrated, the rune on his chest becoming clearer and more profound. Rays of golden light spread out, isolating the enemy's sword light. Lin Zhou frowned. What the hell is this? Within the cloak of crane feathers, Yan Zhaoge temporarily locked it in place with the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Then, he stretched out his hands and wrapped the crane feather cloak around himself. Then, he punched. Yan Zhaoge's qi and blood as well as his martial concept surged at this moment as he began attempting to communicate with this unique treasure known as the immortal crane wings. Loose practitioner, he had passed away many years ago, and the immortal crane wings had been left in this foreign world. Although it had spirituality, it had gradually turned into an ownerless object. Protecting the thatched cottage was the last wish of the previous owner. It was an almost instinctive reaction. But the immortal crane wings itself. It did not object to another person refining it, Yan Zhaoge put on the immortal crane wings as he practiced his fist, merging his fist intent within the immortal crane wings, the feathers of the immortal crane wings trembling. The silhouette of a white crane gradually took form behind Yan Zhaoge's back. It merged within the illusory heaven and earth formed of Yan Zhaoge's fist intent aura qi, becoming a part of it. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was bright as he met the gaze of the masked martial grandmaster before him. If he didn't have enough confidence, how would he dare to take the risk and expose his vital parts to the other party's sword? While the eye of the Thunder Emperor was restricted, while the lofty mountain armor had been broken through, Yan Zhaoge still had the golden talisman body. During the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, Xie Zi, who had fallen to the dark side, had obtained the golden talisman. Xie Zi, the original owner, had never been able to figure out how to use it. However, Yan Zhaoge had already successfully deciphered it. This was a rare secret technique that originated from the extreme north. It was used to refine metal talismans into qi. After a martial artist absorbed it, they would obtain an iron bone golden body, which would increase their defensive power. When faced with an extremely dangerous attack, they could even expend the golden talisman body, manifesting the golden talisman body to protect themselves. The heavier the attack, the more powerful the golden talisman body would be, the more the golden talisman qi would be expended, eventually running out of it one day. However, its defensive power. It was rather impressive. At this moment, it helped Yan Zhaoge forcibly resist the full-powered assassination of an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster wielding a low-grade spirit artifact. Making use of the time that the golden talisman body had bought for him, Yan Zhaoge began refining the immortal crane wings with all his might. He wanted to use this rare treasure for his own use. Although his original goal in entering the foreign dimension this time was the life-illuminating immortal stone, as long as he obtained it, this trip would not have been in vain. However, after carefully observing the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that this was a rather rare unique treasure. Although it did not fall into the categories of sacred artifacts, spirit artifacts and artifacts. However, it also possessed boundless miraculous uses. Regarding this, Yan Zhaoge naturally accepted it without standing on ceremony, refining it. While analyzing and comprehending the concept and flow of spiritual qi contained within the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge gazed coldly at the masked martial grandmaster before him. The other party was also staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, his yellowed eyes filled with a cold intent. That cold intent seemed not to be directed at Yan Zhaoge as a person, instead being directed at all the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was similarly cold as he abruptly let out a long roar, resembling the clear cry of a crane. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge's arms shook, the immortal crane wings on his body suddenly rising, resembling an immortal crane spreading its wings, spreading them wide. The edges of the cloak abruptly flickered with a dazzling light, before transforming into numerous feathers of light, shooting straight at the masked martial grandmaster before him. Then, the crane feathers of light that resembled a torrential rainstorm shot towards that martial grandmaster, each crane feather resembling a sharp blade. With a muffled groan, that fallen masked martial grandmaster finally retracted his sword in defense. His sword light flashed, transforming into a ball of light, blocking the attacks that resembled a violent storm as he simultaneously flew backwards in retreat. He had to retreat now. Accompanied by the gradual refinement of the immortal crane wings by Yan Zhaoge, it also meant that Yan Zhaoge's eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment would finally be freed up. If he still did not leave, the one remaining here today might very well be him, and not Yan Zhaoge. His opponent wanting to retreat, Yan Zhaoge would not let it go just like that. Flipping his wrist, with a light roar, the Jade Dragon sword left its scabbard at lightning speed, transforming into a jade light as it chopped straight towards the enemy before him. A low, crisp sound resounded, as a streak of blood splattered into midair. The mask worn by that fallen martial grandmaster had been cut in half by Yan Zhaoge, a wound on his face from which fresh blood flowed profusely. Not uttering a sound, this person raised his sleeve to cover his face, not even looking back as he turned and fled. Having still not completely refined the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge remained where he was, unable to move. However, a shocking light shot out from his eyes. While only a small portion of his face was visible, it seemed a little familiar. Frowning, he stood within the thatched hut, swiveling his head to look outside the window. The person he had sensed approaching earlier had already disappeared. Outside the thatched hut, Lin Zhou did not hesitate in the slightest as he sped off into the distance. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's golden talisman body blocking the assassination of that martial grandmaster, and also beginning to refine the immortal crane wings, Lin Zhou completely lost all thoughts of making a move. Of everyone present, other than Yan Zhaoge who had refined the immortal crane wings, Lin Zhou was the one who understood this treasure the best. Moreover, there was still the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. However, it was also precisely because of this that he could only feel his heart dripping blood at this moment. After the sacred artifact fragment, this was the second time he had watched helplessly as a treasure that he had been determined to obtain finally fell into Yan Zhaoge's hands. For just that one moment, Lin Zhou despondently wanted to smash his head into the towering tree beside him. Seeing Yan Zhaoge utilizing the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment to lock the immortal crane wings in place, then seeing Yan Zhaoge refine the immortal crane wings as well, before mightily forcing a lofty martial grandmaster expert into retreat. Meanwhile, he could only flee as fast as he could. Lin Zhou felt vexed within his heart, wanting to vomit blood. Chapter 241. Alliance, adding 10/10, asking for support. Once again, he unleashed his full strength and did everything he could. Seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. A martial practitioner of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Within the thatched hut, thinking back on the breathing method of the enemy who had been spying on them by the side earlier, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's lips curled up in a smile that was not a smile. It can't be an old acquaintance, right? Shaking his head slightly, retracting his thoughts, Yan Zhaoge focused his mind on refining the immortal crane wings once more. Every feather on the immortal crane wings was vibrating slightly at this moment. Every feather was like a living creature. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's refinement, the clear cries of cranes resounded from each and every one of their feathers, their voices growing louder and louder. Finally, the cries of the crane plummeted. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as the immortal crane wings turned completely silent, transforming into a cloak of crane feathers, draping over Yan Zhaoge's body. This time, there was no one obstructing Yan Zhaoge. With a sweep of his hand, the few items on the table, the life-illuminating immortal stone included, all fell into Yan Zhaoge's hands. Standing within the thatched hut, Yan Zhaoge bowed towards it. Senior loose practitioner Yan Zhaoge thanks you here. He put on the crane feather cloak and walked out of the thatched hut. He saw that the battlefield outside the thatched hut had been destroyed beyond recognition. As the fallen, masked martial grandmaster fled, whose three opponents all felt a chill in their hearts. That martial grandmaster fleeing meant that he did not have the ability to take down Yan Zhaoge. However, the burly man in front of them was like a real hungry tiger. Even though he was fighting 1 against 3, he still had the upper hand, making it more and more difficult for them to resist. Although he was tempted by the treasures in the thatched cottage, it was clear that there was no hope at all. If they continued to fight, they might even lose their lives here. Whose 3 opponents immediately had the intention to retreat, and they each began to look for a way to escape. When there was a common enemy, the 3 of them could cooperate well. They joined hands and attacked the enemy together. But when they thought of retreating and prepared to retreat, their alliance collapsed on its own. Everyone was thinking about how to escape by themselves. They didn't have much of a relationship with each other, so they didn't care about each other's injuries or deaths. If the other party's death could allow them to escape safely, no one would feel any psychological burden. Hence, the 3 great grandmaster martial artists put on a good show together. He didn't need to run faster than Hu. As long as he ran faster than the other 2 people, it would be enough. That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, originally the one with the most robust foundation and the strongest strength, also being proficient in a peak movement martial art like the great sun rising east traversing heaven art, should have been the one with the greatest hopes of breaking through the encirclement. But he could not stop Ah Hu from specifically staring at him. He directly dropped the hidden clear sunlight saber and threw it like a flying saber. It directly pierced through his heart. In the end, only one great grandmaster managed to escape, while the other one became a ghost under the claws of the hungry tiger and was killed on the spot by Ah Hu. Yan Zhaoge came in front of Ah Hu, smiling, "This look of yours can stop children from crying at night." Ah Hu's body was stained with blood, and his murderous aura soared to the heavens like a god of death. He grinned. "It's a pity that I couldn't keep all of them." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "That's right, a pity that I couldn't keep them all." Ah Hu asked curiously, "Young master, what happened?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Within his mind, that decimating abyss martial practitioner's mask had broken. The scene of a small portion of his face being revealed flashed by once more. Although the other party very quickly raised his hand to conceal it, with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base and eyesight, he was still able to clearly see that fleeting scene. "Although I only saw a small portion of his face. I've definitely seen this person before." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, regaining his wits as he surveyed their surroundings. The spiritual qi has already deteriorated to its final stage. This foreign dimension is already not far from collapsing. We have to make the best use of our time. We still need some time to hurry back to where the spirit formation door is. Yan Zhaoge laughed, patting the cloak of crane feathers on his shoulder. "Still, it's good that with this thing, we can actually save quite a bit of time." Ah Hu came over curiously. "Young master, what is this?" Yan Zhaoge said. A senior in the past used the feathers of a spirit crane, combining his fist intent to weave such a cloak. Not classified as a sacred artifact, a spirit artifact or an artifact, it can be considered a unique treasure. It has many miraculous uses, but its weakness is that its spiritual qi and spiritual force will be depleted. After it has been completely depleted, it will require its owner to nourish it for a period of time before it can be used again. However, compared to the many miraculous uses of this treasure, this weakness is virtually negligible most of the time. Yan Zhaoge patted the immortal crane wings, smiling. "In coming here this time, as long as we had the life-illuminating immortal stone, it would have already been enough to satisfy us. This thing can be considered an unexpected surprise." Ah Hu said. "That's right. Still, young master, I really didn't think that so many people would have actually entered this time. I feel that it was that bastard who spied on us earlier. Seeing that he wasn't our match, fearing that he wouldn't be able to win against us, he wanted to muddy the waters as much as possible. Thus, he released the news, drawing over so many experts." Yan Zhaoge led Ah Hu towards the back of the thatched hut, where there was a medicinal field. "Your guess is most likely correct." Ah Hu ground his teeth hatefully. "That bastard better not land in my hands, or I'll definitely make him pay." Yan Zhaoge said, "While this foreign dimension will be collapsing very soon, and most people won't take the risk of entering again, we still have to be wary of enemies appearing. We have to move a little faster." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge rapidly identified the spirit medicines within the medicinal field. "Oh, many of those that existed before the Great Calamity and can no longer be found in the current Eight Extremities world are all here. Ah. This time, we really didn't come in vain." As he helped Yan Zhaoge gather the herbs, Ah Hu said casually, "It is also fortunate that the four martial grandmasters who entered this time are only at the early spirit vessel stage. If their cultivation bases were a little higher, we would probably not be able to get off easy this time. Especially if there were essence spirit martial grandmasters. That would not be good." As he said this, Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt a piercing pain in his right eye. Ah Hu's expression also suddenly changed. The next moment, a fiery light lit up in the distant sky, dyeing it crimson. The fiery light rapidly approached the thatched hut, violent waves of chi sweeping through the surrounding area. An explosive roar resounded. "Little bastard surnamed Yen, I want to see who will save you this time." A familiar voice, a familiar tone, instead caused Yen Zhaoge to be slightly taken aback. Crimson Spirit Flag Master. The person who had come was shockingly the descendant with the highest cultivation base of the already extinct 5 spirit flags, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. That year, the 5 spirit flags had been destroyed by Yen Zhaoge's father, Yen Di. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master had held a grudge for many years, having attempted to assassinate Yen Zhaoge in the Eastern Tang back then. In the end, he had been obstructed by someone, with the Crimson Spirit Flag Master having fled afterwards, his whereabouts unknown. Who would have thought that he would actually appear in this foreign dimension again today? Yen Zhaoge currently had no time to ponder why the other party had appeared here. He was currently only focused on one thing. This Crimson Spirit Flag Master was shockingly an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster expert at the 4th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Who stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, wishing he could give himself a slap. Does it have to be so accurate? Chapter 242. The surrounding world was scorching hot, and the rolling heat waves were almost suffocating. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge and Hu, on the other hand, felt a chill assaulting them. After a martial artist reached the Great Grandmaster realm, they would step into a new world. They would transform the illusory into the real, turning the fake into the real, truly beginning to touch upon the truth of the world's principles. A so-called spirit vessel grandmaster, from the early stages to the late stages, the spirit nurturing soil, the formation of spirit seeds, and the birth of spirit sprouts, were all part of the process of nurturing the martial Tao true spirit. When one reached the peak of the spirit vessel martial grandmaster level, they would nurture a martial true spirit belonging to themselves, stepping into the realm of essence spirit martial grandmasters. Next, he would fuse his true spirit with his astral energy, refining astral energy into true essence, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master was precisely such an expert who had stepped into the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm. His quintessential essence unfurled, directly turning into real raging flames that burned the plains and the sky. Yen Zhaoge rolled his eyes, looking rather exasperatedly at Hu. "Why didn't I discover this before? You really have a crow's mouth." Hu's face was bitter, and he couldn't say anything. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. He had no intention of waiting helplessly for death. With just a thought, the immortal crane wings on his shoulders directly expanded, transforming into 2 massive wings. Each of the crane feathers shone with a sparkling and translucent spiritual light, as if they were crystals. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge couldn't be bothered with distinguishing their types as he grabbed downwards, directly stripping away most of the spirit grasses and medicines within the medicinal field. Then, he grabbed Hu with one hand, flapped the wings on his back, and soared into the sky, flying away at an extremely fast speed. The immortal crane wings were indeed miraculous. Even carrying an additional person, Yen Zhaoge's flying speed was still extremely fast. However, the fiery light behind him that resembled the waves of the sea was also not slow as it chased closely behind Yen Zhaoge. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's scolding voice resounded from within the waves of fire. "Little brat surnamed Yen, today you shall pay your father Yen Di's debt." Yen Zhaoge ignored them, just focusing on controlling the immortal crane wings to fly forward unceasingly. Flying high into the air, there were clumps of cloud chi before him that formed a sea of clouds, within which Yen Zhaoge traversed unceasingly. The raging fire behind him was directly engulfed into the sea of clouds. The sea of flames continued to devour the sea of clouds. As Yen Zhaoge was flying at an extremely high speed, a fire dragon suddenly shot out from the waves of fire behind him, striking towards him. Frowning slightly, Yen Zhaoge dodged to the side. "Keep away from the fire." The fiery light missed its target and plunged into the vast sea of clouds. It was like a sharp sword that neatly cut through the layers of clouds. Then, it swiftly disappeared into the sea of clouds. The next moment, a massive boom resounded as the vast sea of clouds before Yan Zhaoge was set ablaze, transforming into a new crimson sea of flames within the sky. A great amount of cloud fog was instantly evaporated completely by the flames, while the blazing flames did not dissipate as they blocked Yan Zhaoge's path. The wings behind Yan Zhaoge's back flickered, his figure descending rapidly as he avoided the flames that blocked his path. But as a result, his speed was slightly reduced, and the Crimson Spirit Flag Master behind him immediately closed the distance between them. Brought along by Yan Zhaoge, Hu turned to look behind him. He asked, "Young master, can't you use the sacred weapon shard to give him a vicious blow?" Yan Zhaoge answered, resisting the black dragon dread in the Great Western Desert earlier, and also having a contest of strength with the immortal crane wing just now. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment has always been at a level where it has yet to completely recover. It is very hard to say how much power it can display. To deal with a martial grandmaster on the level of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, I would have to unleash an instant's thunder, burning all of it in one go, giving him a vicious blow. As Yan Zhaoge flew, he observed his surroundings, also. It won't be like last time at Clear Concealed Lake, where I was hitting a dead object that couldn't move, being able to hit it however I wanted. I could even slowly walk over and place the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment at the core of that devilish formation. This time, the target is a living person that can move. And not just any living person. A martial grandmaster of this level possesses high vigilance, fast reflexes, and also fast speed. If I can't hit him with a single blow, it would be a waste of my strength. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge's figure abruptly halted before he rose rapidly, once again avoiding a fire dragon that shot over from behind. The foreign dimension that he was currently in was already extremely unstable. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge could even see numerous black patterns appearing in the horizon. That wasn't light, and also wasn't anything concrete. It was like a complete painting had suddenly been torn apart, with a crack in it. The foreign dimension had already begun the process of its own destruction. The sky turned dark. Even with the flames formed of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's true essence, the heavens and the earth still dimmed. Fierce winds howled unceasingly, to the point that Yan Zhaoge, riding the immortal crane wings, was somewhat unable to stabilize his figure. The great earth below even began to quake intensely, the earth and rocks on the ground shattering unceasingly, dense cracks appearing like spiderwebs. Gazing ahead, Yan Zhaoge saw that the scene before him resembled that of a mirage, many objects actually beginning to distort and change their forms. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master chased closely behind Yan Zhaoge. He could also feel that this foreign dimension was about to be destroyed. After learning that Yan Zhaoge was here, he had rushed over at top speed, already determined to kill Yan Zhaoge here even if he had to take the risk. Seeing the calamity between the heavens and the earth grow more and more intense, with scenes of the end of the world appearing, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master couldn't help but hasten his footsteps, his attacks fiercer than the previous as they shot towards Yan Zhaoge. While his temperament was violent, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's attacks were not blind. The scattered flames between the heavens and the earth unceasingly shrunk Yan Zhaoge's area of activity, gradually transforming into a massive cage of flames, wanting to trap Yan Zhaoge within. The dense fiery light joined together, the area it encompassed growing larger and larger, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth, adding more violence and despair to the scenes of the end of the world currently in this foreign dimension. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm, while his expression appeared a little impatient. Wielding the immortal crane wings to fly, he gradually lost some sense of order, as though he was not choosing his path at all. However, in the distance, in mid-air, a door that flickered with light had already appeared in his field of vision. It was precisely the great door from which Yan Zhaoge and Hu had entered this foreign dimension. Stimulated by the spirit formation, it was still standing tall at this moment. However, accompanied by the foreign dimension's destruction, this door of light also seemed a little unstable, resembling a reflection in water as it shook unceasingly. Seeing the door of light, Yan Zhaoge immediately sped towards it. However, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master behind him had already closed in at this moment, punching out, blazing flames directly enveloping Yan Zhaoge. A purplish-green light of thunder vaguely flashed within Yan Zhaoge's pupils. Bolstered by the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge's speed instantly rose by a notch as he rapidly changed directions, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master made use of this chance to pass Yan Zhaoge, roiling waves of fire surrounding that door of light. Having first secured his path of retreat, he also blocked Yan Zhaoge's path. The immortal crane wings on Yan Zhaoge's shoulders shook, numerous saber-light feathers shooting towards the sea of flames like a torrential rain. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's cold laughter resounded from within the sea of flames, the blazing flames swallowing the saber-light feather, emitting the piercing sound of metal clashing. The figure of a crimson-haired old man appeared from within the flames, resembling a devil god that controlled the blazing flames. Yan Zhaoge saw that old man glare over as he laughed savagely, "Little bug, let's see where you can still fly to this time." Chapter 243. This old man was the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Staring at Yan Zhaoge like a tiger watching its prey, the corners of his mouth revealed a savage smile. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master stepped within the air, just standing before the door, blocking Yan Zhaoge and Ahu's path back to the Eight Extremities world. At this moment, the space in the foreign dimension was shaking without end, and the boundaries of the heavens and the earth even started to warp and deform. It was a scene of the end of the world collapsing and the world splitting apart. The sky collapsed, revealing black cracks in the void. The earth was also in a similar state, fragmented and shattered. Yan Zhaoge rose into the air, avoiding a streak of fiery light that swept towards him as he arrived above the spatial door. Looking down, the void door was surrounded by a sea of flames. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master laughed coldly as he raised his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Although Yan Zhaoge was looking down from above, the gaze with which the Crimson Spirit Flag Master currently looked at Yan Zhaoge was filled with the feeling of looking down on him. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He just wanted to firmly occupy the position of the void door. Because of Lin Zhou, there was more than one entrance to this foreign dimension. The Scarlet Spirit Flag Master had entered through the entrance that Lin Zhou had opened. However, now that the foreign dimension was on the verge of collapse, there was no longer enough time at all for Yan Zhaoge to change his mind, turning back and traversing through space once more, going to another door to leave the foreign dimension. The same principle also applied to the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master. For both sides, they could either leave through the door before them or be buried along with this foreign dimension and be destroyed in the void along with it. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master smiled coldly as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Little brat surnamed Yan, do you decide to perish together with this foreign dimension, or do you choose to die beneath this old man's fist?" He raised a hand, stretched it forward, and clenched it into a fist. As he clenched his fist, boundless raging flames surged and spread in all directions. Looking at the Crimson Spirit Flag Master blocking the door below, a smile suddenly appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. "Old worm, you're wrong. It's your position that can more or less be considered fixed." He grabbed Ahu with one hand. Yan Zhaoge's other hand suddenly pulled out a short rod that was around a foot long. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master looked at the short stone rod and his heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous premonition. Yan Zhaoge smiled, then shook the immortal crane wings. He took the initiative to rush toward the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Following Yan Zhaoge's will, the short rod in his hand instantly grew alongside the wind, instantly transforming into a thick, massive stone pillar. As the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was stunned, Yan Zhaoge directly stepped onto the stone pillar. Then, it fell from the sky and smashed down. What a thief! The Crimson Spirit Flag Master let out an enraged roar, not evading. If he did so, it would be equivalent to opening up the spatial door to Yan Zhaoge. The old man stood where he was. His red hair fluttered like a raging fire. He struck his palm above his head and stopped the huge stone pillar that was falling from the sky. Just as his palm came into contact with the stone pillar, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master felt his hand sink, and he almost couldn't hold it. He had been standing steadily in the void. His footing was also unstable, and he could not help but sink down. So heavy. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's eyes widened. His cultivation was much higher than that of who had been in the heavenly arrival state, and his strength was also much stronger, but he still felt great pressure. Whether it was the weight or the sturdiness of the stone pillars, they had completely exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that he would be able to directly shatter the stone pillar with a single palm, and also send Yan Zhaoge flying. However, in the end, he was instead pressed down by the stone pillar. Also, that stone pillar contained a unique suppressive force. Even if the Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to dodge to the side now, he didn't have the strength to do so. In the void below the stone pillar, time and space both seemed to have been locked, condensing into a single piece, locking the Crimson Spirit Flag Master securely down below. He could only forcibly resist it. I heard that this thief excavated some ancient remains from the Great Western Desert. Could it be this stone pillar? The Crimson Spirit Flag Master suddenly thought of some of the rumors he had heard before, and couldn't help but feel even more hatred in his heart. Crafty little bastard. He roared loudly, activating his entire body's true essence, a powerful force erupting outwards. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's body had only descended by less than a meter in mid-air before he stabilized himself once more, stepping on the air. It was no different from stepping on the sturdiest ground. At this moment, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master resembled a giant god that supported the heavens, forcibly supporting the descending stone pillar, causing it to be unable to descend any further. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master exhaled, his other palm also striking upwards, mightily striking the stone pillar. His figure actually began slowly rising once more. Laughing coldly, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master exerted force with both his arms, wanting to throw Yan Zhaoge and the stone pillar together. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, instead smiling. Standing on the top of the stone pillar, he raised a foot neither hurriedly nor slowly, before heavily stomping it. The patterns on the surface of the stone pillar abruptly lit up, the entire stone pillar seeming to have transformed into a glowing pillar of light. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master below immediately felt the pressure on him increase greatly. Not only did the weight of the stone pillar rise abruptly, even that strange, suppressive force also abruptly grew stronger. At this moment, let alone throwing the stone pillar away, he couldn't even continue standing in mid-air, as his figure was directly pressured downwards. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to divert the force, then increase his descent in order to avoid the stone pillar, before dodging to the side. At this time, he could no longer care about guarding the door to the void. However, because of the suppressive force, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master discovered to his dismay that not only had his surroundings been sealed, unable to dodge, even the space below him seemed to have solidified. His entire person seemed to have been contained within a formless container, with only the top opening. However, there was a heavy cover there, making it hard for him to open, as it sunk unceasingly, further compressing the space around him. Just what the hell is this thing? Such a miraculous treasure was actually refined by a martial scholar. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master was enraged, his figure being suppressed downwards by the pillar of the Divine Palace. The roiling waves of fire in the surroundings were also greatly extinguished at this moment, dissipating in all directions. Accompanied by the Crimson Spirit Flag Master being smashed downwards, he naturally no longer had the strength to continue blocking in front of the door. The door of light reappeared in front of Yan Zhaoge. Not saying a word, Yan Zhaoge directly threw Ahu into the door of light. At this time, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master below let out an enraged roar. On his body, a cloak of dark light suddenly appeared, lighting up with a radiance. It was a low-grade spirit artifact. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's own spirit artifact had long since been destroyed during his years of fleeing. His current low-grade spirit artifact was something that he had snatched from the hands of others. It wasn't easy to use, but it was still better than nothing. Bolstered by the power of the spirit artifact, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master stopped his body's descent once more, the two sides falling into a stalemate for a time. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master could vaguely feel that the suppressive force of the stone pillar was weakening. Wielding the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yan Zhaoge was also not without exhaustion. Suppressing the enemy with the pillar of the Divine Palace, there was a limit to how long it could last. Grasping this chance, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's face abruptly turned red as he stimulated his body with a forbidden technique, his strength rising yet again as he actually lifted the stone pillar up. However, the calamity of this foreign dimension was already at its final juncture. The crevices between the heavens and the earth were ripped apart unceasingly, a great amount of the existences within space being devoured by the darkness of space. Soundlessly, the sky suddenly broke apart completely, space collapsing into two halves. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master panicked. At this moment, the collapse of the foreign dimension was already right before his eyes. If he didn't leave, he would be buried along with this place. The terror of the collapse of space was something that even he was powerless to resist, as he would be extinguished in an instant. Just at this time, the top of his head suddenly lightened as the stone pillar rapidly shrunk, returning to its short rod form as it returned to Yan Zhaoge's hands. Raising his head, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master saw Yan Zhaoge standing at the edge of the Door of Light, raising his hand and making a strange gesture towards him. Yan Zhaoge extended his right hand, raising his thumb and pointing his index finger towards the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, his other three fingers curled up, as though he was firing a gun. "Goodbye, old worm." Above Yan Zhaoge's head, the terrifying eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment erupted with the light of thunder. Chapter 244. Seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. The fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor had taken the form of a purple orb, flickering with a dazzling purple-green lightning. Yan Zhaoge stood at the edge of the Door of Light, one hand retracting the stone rod, the other making a shooting motion towards the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. His right thumb suddenly pressed down, and his index finger, which was like the muzzle of a gun, was lifted slightly, as if to withstand the recoil of a shot. Accompanied by this action of Yan Zhaoge's, the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment above his head also abruptly flickered. In that instant, it was as if the Emperor of Thunder and Lightning had gently blinked. Then, in the foreign dimension that looked like it was the end of the world, a bolt of lightning filled with the aura of destruction suddenly lit up. The perfectly straight bolt of lightning pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master. The foreign space was about to collapse. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master didn't care about anything else at this moment. He was wholeheartedly rushing towards the Gate of Light. He temporarily couldn't be bothered with Yan Zhaoge as he only hoped to first leave this foreign dimension through the spatial door before slowly taking care of Yan Zhaoge. Even if it didn't work this time, there would always be a next time. He was an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. If he wanted to kill a Grandmaster martial artist, he would always be able to find a chance. However, just as the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was speeding towards the Door of Light, Yan Zhaoge controlled the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor, just in time to send an instant's thunder chopping downwards. In an instant, he ignited all of his strength and concentrated it into a single strike, bringing with it an extremely berserk power that surpassed the peak. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master widened his eyes and roared. True essence surged as he punched out with both of his fists. Lightning and raging fire interweaved and collided, instantly setting off a huge explosion. At any other time, Yan Zhaoge's an instant's thunder would not be able to withstand it. Whether or not he could deal with the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master was another matter. But at this critical juncture, regardless of whether the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's strength could withstand it or not, this attack would take his life. The momentum of rushing towards the Door of Light. He was directly interrupted, and his entire body was sent flying. The world, which had already been shattered to begin with, rumbled and then completely shattered. The foreign dimension itself. Everything in it was annihilated in the void. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master let out a roar of despair and unwillingness. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as his flesh and blood slowly disintegrated bit by bit. Although it seemed slow, it was actually rapidly disintegrating. Powerless to struggle, difficult to reverse. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master angrily stared into the distance. There, the flashing void door was also slowly disappearing. Within the door of light, Yan Zhaoge kept the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within the pillar of the Divine Palace, the cloak of crane feathers also falling gently from his shoulders. Although he was a little dispirited. However, at this moment, Yan Zhaoge's hair was not messy and his clothes were neat and tidy, resembling an elegant young master. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he looked at the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Following the destruction of the foreign dimension, he leisurely waved his hands towards him. Let me make a correction, it should be never to see you again. Farewell forever. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to roar, but he could no longer make a sound. Even at the moment of his death, he still found it hard to believe. He was a dignified early-stage Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. He actually died at the hands of a Grandmaster martial artist. While he was being suppressed by the Pillar of the Divine Palace, as long as he was given a bit more time, Yan Zhaoge himself would not be able to keep up, and he would be able to break through the suppression. While Yan Zhaoge possessed the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. However, the only thing that could truly pose a huge threat to him was the power of a single blow. If he dealt with it carefully, he might not be struck. While Yan Zhaoge possessed the immortal crane wings, before him, he could only use them to flee. Given a bit more time, he would still be able to block Yan Zhaoge's path, leaving him unable to escape. His cultivation base was clearly so much higher. Even if Yan Zhaoge possessed many rare treasures, it was still not that he had no chance. It had clearly been him who had first seized the position of the spatial door. Yan Zhaoge had clearly not possessed the power or treasures to kill him. However, the final result was that he had perished within this destroyed foreign dimension, being extinguished along with this world. Looking at the vanishing spatial door and Yan Zhaoge, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's heart was filled with unwillingness. Knowing oneself but not knowing one's enemy, while Yan Zhaoge's fame had already virtually spread throughout the entire world, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master now suddenly discovered that his understanding of this youth was still very limited. Could it be that risking entering this destroyed foreign dimension in pursuit of Yan Zhaoge had been a mistake right from the start? With that final thought in his mind, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master perished completely amidst space. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster had died soundlessly and soundlessly. Passing through the door of light, Yan Zhaoge felt the pain of his body ripping apart. It was even more obvious than when he had first passed through and entered that foreign dimension. Exiting the door of light, returning to the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge turned back to look at the gradually vanishing door of light, smacking his lips. This trip really was, consecutively wielding the Pillar of the Divine Palace and the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment had left Yan Zhaoge extremely weak, even weaker than during the battle at the bottom of Clear Concealed Lake previously. However, he was still in a rather good mood. Having entered the foreign dimension left behind by loose practitioner this time, he had returned with great rewards, having gained quite a lot. As Yan Zhaoge landed, he saw that jade coin which had activated the spirit formation completely shatter, directly turning into powder. Waiting by the side, there was also Shui Fei who had remained in the Eight Extremities world to watch over the jade coin spirit formation. They all came up to him. Are you alright? Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers, smiling. From today onwards, we probably won't be able to see someone like the Crimson Spirit Flag Master again. Ah, who sucked in a breath of cold air, opening his mouth wide as he laughed foolishly, not knowing what he should say. Shui Fei also revealed a rare look of shock as he regained his wits. Right, I'll first hurry and find Junior Apprentice Sister Feng. After Ah Hu had returned to the Eight Extremities world through the Door of Light, briefly explaining the situation, Xue Fei had sent Feng Yunsheng to immediately seek out the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain who was closest to Suzhou City for reinforcements. He himself had remained by the Door of Light, preparing to receive Yan Zhaoge together with Ah Hu. In the end, he had seen Yan Zhaoge leisurely stroll out from within. Now, even if the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was still alive, with the foreign dimension having completely shattered and the Door of Light having disappeared, there would naturally be no need to worry about him chasing them over. There would also naturally be no need to seek out other martial grandmaster experts here in Suzhou City, lying about military intelligence for nothing. Having been brought back by Xue Fei and understood the situation, Feng Yunsheng also had an inconceivable look on her face. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master was an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, already having nurtured his own true martial soul, a martial grandmaster who had refined aura into essence. While they were both martial grandmasters, Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmasters and Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters were two completely different things. Yan Zhaoge sat down in the meditative position, adjusting his breathing and recovering his vitality as he smiled. It was by chance. At the end of the day, it was actually that foreign dimension that killed the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. If not for the collapse of the foreign dimension, it would have been hard for me to claim his life with my current methods. After he withstood a few of my attacks, the one who would have been in trouble would have been me. Xue Fei looked at Yan Zhaoge. I heard Hu Ting say that from the start. Were you already planning to use the collapse of the space to kill him, even intentionally delaying for some time before rushing back to the Door of Light? Yan Zhaoge laughed. I'm ashamed, but there was still a slight deviation in my calculations. The collapse of the space was just that little bit later than I had predicted. Under those circumstances, in the blink of an eye, the situation could have changed. Therefore, I almost messed things up. Luckily, I still succeeded in the end. Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Xue Fei held their foreheads in unison. You really did calculate it. Can that kind of thing be calculated so accurately? Chapter 245. Continue requesting subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Ah Hu looked at Yan Zhaoge with a look of worship on his face. Young master, you are really too powerful. This is not like that old ghost Yan Su who was heavily injured back then. Just now, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was at his peak. Whatever methods were used, a late Xiantian martial scholar killing an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, this should be the first time in history, right? Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. Just like how Yan Su was beaten half to death by eldest apprentice uncle back then, this actually cannot be counted as well. Just like if it was father who captured that Crimson Spirit Flag Master and sealed his cultivation base before I slew him, that would still be me killing an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. However, would that be something worth boasting about? Clearly not. Feng Yunsheng glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Continue acting. Who knows how pleased you are with yourself inside. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. Xue Fei also smiled, after which he still patted Yan Zhaoge's shoulder. If you can avoid taking risks, it's best to avoid them as much as possible. If anything happens to you, little apprentice uncle will be very sad. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge retracted his smile as he nodded. Senior apprentice brother Su is right. This senior apprentice brother Su himself, facing a perilous situation where death was near at hand, was still able to talk cheerfully and without fear. However, he did not wish to see his fellow disciples face danger. A dim look flashed past his face as he clearly thought of his master, Shi Tai, the grief of a white-haired man sending off his black-haired son. Su Fei and Shi Tai were like father and son, having similarly viewed Shi Songtao as his own elder brother that year. That year's matter was Shi Tai's lifelong regret. To Xue Fei, it was similarly hard on his heart. Looking at Xue Fei's expression, Yan Zhaoge knew that he was thinking of Shi Tai and his father again. Looking at Xue Fei, Yan Zhaoge sighed, similarly remaining silent. While Ahu and Feng Yunsheng did not understand Xue Fei as well as Yan Zhaoge did, they were no longer joking around at this moment. Xue Fei's spirits rose as he clapped his hands, smiling, speaking of which. The Scarlet Spirit Flag Master should be the strongest member of the 5 spirit flags. If he dies to you, Zhaoge, while the 5 spirit flags won't completely disappear, it will be difficult for them to cause any more waves. To my broad Creed Mountain, you have performed a great merit, Zhaoge. It's just a pity that this is your personal matter. There's no proof. It might be a little difficult. However, if the Crimson Spirit Flag Master does not appear for several years or even more than a decade, it can be considered as proof. Su Fei smiled as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Still, speaking of this, while the merit of killing the Crimson Spirit Flag Master is not small, it cannot compare to those great merits of yours earlier. The sect is almost out of rewards for you now. In a few years, or even a dozen years, the merit of killing the Crimson Spirit Flag Master will be nothing to you. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. However small a mosquito is, it's still meat, right? Su Fei pointed at Yan Zhaoge before looking at Feng Yunsheng. Laughing, he said, listen to what he's saying. A lofty essence spirit martial grandmaster is like a mosquito in his mouth. How arrogant must he be? As expected, junior sister Feng understands him better. He's pretending to be humble in front of us. Who knows how pleased he is in his heart? Feng Yunsheng and Ahu both laughed uproariously. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, smiling but not speaking. Killing the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, whether the clan would reward him or not. Actually, it wasn't much, but it was still a comfortable thing at the end of the day. With Yan Zhaoge's current rate of improvement, there would definitely be a day when the Crimson Spirit Flag Master would no longer be a threat. But before that, having an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster constantly thinking about seeking vengeance was not a happy thing. Moreover, this Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster was rather pragmatic. The person he hated the most was Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di. However, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master would definitely not be able to beat Yan Di. If he dared to appear before Yan Di, he would directly be slapped to death by Yan Di with a single palm. Unable to beat the old, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master had set his sights on the young, on Yan Zhaoge. When Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base rose unceasingly, to the point where the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was unable to beat even Yan Zhaoge, he would naturally not come looking for Yan Zhaoge. Instead, he would most likely cast his gaze downwards, aiming at the younger, weaker disciples of Broad Creed Mountain. At that time, Yan Zhaoge would naturally not have to worry. However, there would eventually be others who would face the threat of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. One could only be a thief for 1,000 days, how could one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Being able to cleanly deal with the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, eliminating any future problems, Yan Zhaoge was extremely satisfied. It could be said to be an unexpected gain. Also, while he had been somewhat lucky, having entered the foreign dimension left behind by loose practitioner he this time, Yan Zhaoge had also gained quite a lot. After taking his leave, Yan Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, beginning to inspect the many treasures he had obtained this time. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Yan Zhaoge's original target this time, the life-illuminating immortal stone. Yan Zhaoge had only known that loose practitioner he possessed this thing. However, whether or not it had been stored within that foreign dimension was something that could not be confirmed beforehand. Looks like my luck is still not too bad. Fiddling with the life-illuminating immortal stone, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. With the life-illuminating immortal stone, there was no longer a need for him to think of a substitute. After stepping into the heavenly connection stage, with just a bit of accumulation, he would be able to begin attempting to break through into the martial grandmaster realm. Of course, with his lofty ambitions and his feet on the ground, he would first seek to break through into the heavenly connection stage. However, with Yan Zhaoge's current accumulation, it was not difficult at all. Besides the immortal illumination stone, there was another pleasant surprise, and it was naturally the extraordinary treasure, the immortal crane wings. After the entanglement with the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, the spiritual chi of the immortal crane wings had been greatly depleted. Like the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, it was unable to be used within a short period of time. However, after being nourished by its owner, Yen Zhaoge, when the immortal crane wings regained its vitality, it would be able to display its flair once more. Yen Zhaoge had brought along a few other items that had been placed on the short table along with the life-illuminating immortal stone back then. Amongst them was a medicinal bottle containing the pills that loose practitioner he had concocted in the past. However, too much time had passed, from the era before the Great Calamity till now. Some of the pills still had medicinal effects, while others had their spiritual chi gradually dissipating. Yen Zhaoge didn't really care about this. His attention was currently drawn by something else. It was a scroll made from the hide of an unknown beast. As Yen Zhaoge unfurled the scroll, he saw that it was completely empty, with only a squarish diagram at its center. This pattern seemed to be left behind by some kind of seal. Looking carefully, Yen Zhaoge saw that that diagram resembled a sun. The pattern appeared very ancient, but as Yen Zhaoge gazed at it, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes, as though he was gazing at an actual sun. This beast hide scroll was something of loose practitioner he's, having been left behind in a foreign dimension. Before Yen Zhaoge and Lin Zhou had entered today, it had always been there. Being an ancient artifact from before the Great Calamity, it naturally wasn't related to the current Sacred Sun clan. However, as Yen Zhaoge knew, the Sacred Sun clan that had similarly unearthed the remnants of the martial civilization of their predecessors after the Great Calamity, combining their own comprehensions to develop, could similarly be traced back to before the Great Calamity. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This seal might be related to the legacy of that legendary extreme Yang scripture. I don't know how a copy of it ended up in loose practitioner he's hands. Chapter 246. Please subscribe. Seeking monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Yen Zhaoge stroked that beast skin scroll, pondering for a moment before keeping it once more. Then, Yen Zhaoge began inspecting those medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were planted in the medicinal field behind the thatched cottage in loose practitioner he's foreign space. Nobody had taken care of them for a long time, and some of them had gradually withered. However, to be able to survive until now, these were all precious spirit herbs and medicines with powerful medicinal effects that had been around for a long time. What made Yen Zhaoge especially happy was the fact that many of these medicinal herbs had already gone extinct in the Eight Extremities world following the Great Calamity. Usually, Yen Zhaoge would often lament about how even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. Now that he had obtained so many precious spirit medicines from loose practitioner his old residence, he instantly felt like he had much more money on hand. Yen Zhaoge carefully recalled and thought about it. Many ideas that he had previously been unable to achieve now had the possibility of being implemented. This made Yen Zhaoge especially happy. Having sorted out the various spirit grasses and spirit medicines, Yen Zhaoge stretched lazily, his mood joyful. However, very quickly, the smile on Yen Zhaoge's face gradually disappeared as his expression became somewhat startled. Taking out a black metal piece from within his bosom, Yen Zhaoge gazed at it, his gaze gradually turning deep and distant. This piece of metal had a slight curve that seemed to faintly fit the contours of a person's face. It was shockingly the mask fragment of that masked martial grandmaster in that foreign dimension back then, having his mask sliced off by Yen Zhaoge with a single sword, had fallen to the ground. Looking at the fragment of the mask, Yen Zhaoge's expression was rather complex as the scenes from back then replayed unceasingly within his mind. At that time, Yen Zhaoge had only felt that he looked familiar. Now, however, the other party's face gradually overlapped with the face of a person in his memories. How I wish that I had recognized the wrong person. Yen Zhaoge sighed, keeping the mask fragment once more. He sat cross-legged in the quiet room for a period of time. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes. Ah, who reported from outside, young master, Elder June of the Howling Wind Sword sect is here. Oh. Yan Zhaoge stood up, pushing open the door and walking out. In the reception hall, a middle-aged man was sitting there. Behind him were a few young men and women, with Jun Luo in the lead. Yan Zhaoge went up and greeted that middle-aged man. Uncle Jun, you've returned to the Sand region? I happen to be out as well and have just returned. I didn't know you were back. Otherwise, I should be the one paying you a visit. The middle-aged man before them was precisely Jun Luo's father, Yan Zhaoge's father Yan Di's old friend, the Howling Wind Sword sect's elder Jun Ziyuan. Like the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, Jun Ziyuan was also an old friend of Yan Di. The Yan family and the Jun family were also on good terms. What Yan Zhaoge found interesting was that his father's old friends were all older than him. As a result, Yan Zhaoge had many uncles, but no uncles. Jun Ziyuan smiled. I'm here to thank Zhaoge for taking care of my little girl. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see her. At this time, Jun Luo stood behind Jun Ziyuan. She looked down and behaved, completely different from how she behaved in private. Yan Zhaoge said, Uncle Jun's words are too serious. That youth of the Lian family fortress, the matter of Lianing, originated from the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain wanting to use him as a chess piece. Perfect your plan to assassinate me. Luo is completely innocent, yet she was dragged into this. Naturally, I have to do my best to protect her. Although it was a close shave, I still feel very guilty. Jun Ziyuan heard this. Shaking his head, he said, that was also because you saved that child Luolua's life. Moreover, if not for you and the others of Broad Creed Mountain acting to save them earlier, the three of them would have been trapped within the Black Nightmare Storm and would have most likely died. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Let alone the fact that our two clans are old friends, the Howling Wind Sword sect has always been on good terms with my Broad Creed Mountain. It's only right for me to lend a hand when I see danger. While he said this, Jun Ziyuan still got Jun Luo to solemnly thank Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge hurriedly stopped them. Yan Zhaoge looked at the others behind Jun Ziyuan and beside Jun Luo. These are all your disciples, Uncle Jun? Jun Ziyuan said, that's right. This time, I brought them along to broaden their horizons. On the way back, before we had even reached the clan, I heard about Luo's matter. Therefore, I brought them along with Luo. Those youngsters bowed towards Yan Zhaoge together. Although they were considered to be of the same generation in terms of seniority, Yan Zhaoge treated Jun Ziyuan as a senior, while Jun Luo was also like a little sister in front of Yan Zhaoge. They could not be too careless. Even though they all addressed him as senior apprentice brother Yan, their etiquette was that of a full junior. Jun Ziyuan also had a matter-of-fact attitude towards this. If not for the fact that their two clans were old friends, he would also have to treat Yan Zhaoge as an equal, just like Elder Hong, Elder Bai and the others of the Howling Wind Sword sect. Even though the current Yan Zhaoge was only in his 20s, even though he was still a martial scholar while they were all martial grandmasters. Looking at the youngsters before him, Yan Zhaoge also felt a little emotional. Actually, if one really counted their ages, these youths were already 16 or 17. While they could not be considered to be of the same age as him, they were definitely of the same generation. However, in terms of cultivation base, just looking at them, the gap between a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain and the other powers could be clearly seen. The Howling Wind Sword sect was already a first-rate power, its legacy also having a long history. When Black Nightmare Mountain had still ruled over the Wind Domain, the Howling Wind Sword sect had already been established in the Sand region, having been passed down all the way till now. Jun Ziyuan was the person with the highest cultivation base aside from the current chief of the Howling Wind Sword sect, and had always been famous for being good at teaching disciples. The disciples of his clan, his daughter Jun Luo included, were basically also the elites of the Howling Wind Sword sect's younger generation. In the entire Sand region, amongst the descendants of the various first-rate powers, they were all outstanding figures. However, compared to disciples of the same age at Sacred Ground powers like Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, in terms of average standards, they were clearly lacking. At the same age, the most outstanding genius disciples of the Howling Wind Sword sect, placed in Broad Creed Mountain, would immediately become mediocre, with the halo of a genius completely gone. It would already be very difficult for them to not be at the bottom. Of course, this was also related to Broad Creed Mountain absorbing a large number of outstanding talents from the various regions. The Sand region was under Broad Creed Mountain's rule, and the seedlings with the most potential would definitely be harvested by Broad Creed Mountain first. Powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect could only select generals from among the dwarves. Broad Creed Mountain would not be able to completely capture them all in one fell swoop, but as people walked towards higher places, water flowed towards lower places, and the most outstanding talents would definitely be drawn to Broad Creed Mountain the most. Occasionally, there would be those who did not know much about Broad Creed Mountain, and who just happened to have been overlooked by Broad Creed Mountain, who would be taken in by first-rate powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect, just like picking up a treasure. Very naturally, Broad Creed Mountain would first pick their people, followed by first-rate powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect, and then second-rate powers like the Lien family fortress and the Yellow Wind Mountain Manor. While the martial civilization was still in a stage of development, the Pyramid of the Eight Extremities world had already taken shape. Chapter 247. Coming from a second-rate force, Lian Cheng, Lian Ying, and the others were naturally weaker than Jun Ziyuan's disciples. As for them, they did not hope to be able to enter Broad Creed Mountain. Instead, their goal was to be able to enter the Howling Wind Sword sect. Factions like the Lien family fortress, in addition to the direct descendants who inherited the family business, also hoped that more people from their own families or sects could walk out and enter the first-rate factions. Only in this way could they be called upon for help. The intricacies of the local powers were far more complicated than most people could imagine. However, this was also an understandable and normal choice. It was just like how first-rate powers like the Eastern Tang Kingdom and the Scarlet Rainbow sect similarly chose their core, most outstanding direct descendants with pure martial talent, hoping that they could enter Broad Creed Mountain. The grandson of the Howling Wind Sword sect's old chief was similarly a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge had even met him a few times before, having been asked by Elder Jun to take care of him. Broad Creed Mountain similarly used this method to strengthen their control over the various territories under them. The Sacred Sun clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the other 5 sacred grounds also did the same. Below the Lien family fort, Yellow Wind Villa, and other second-rate forces, there were naturally other weaker forces. In terms of quantity, there were even more such forces. The people of the Eight Extremities world revered martial prowess. If one continued looking downwards, martial arts halls, guilds, and small sects were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Below the second-rate forces, if the cultivators from these forces could not climb higher step by step and enter a wider world, then they could only vanish into the crowd. Practicing martial arts was no longer about practicing martial arts. It was more about protecting oneself and making a living. Uncle, I believe you have also heard of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake. Yan Zhaoge said softly, the 9 underworld's evil devils, like the flame devils of the flame devil world, are the common enemies of our human race. The people of the decimating abyss are deranged, attempting to draw the descent of the 9 underworlds. The entire Eight Extremities world has to be on guard against it. Jun Ziyuan nodded, that's only natural. Ever since the news of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake spread, our sect has been paying close attention to this issue, guarding against the infiltration of the decimating abyss. Yan Zhaoge said, that really couldn't be better. I'll have to trouble Uncle Jun. The evil spirits were good at magnifying the evil thoughts, desires, and obsessions in people's hearts. Compared to the 6 great holy lands, lone cultivators like the Ghost Hatchet Elder and Han Sheng were dissatisfied with the high and mighty status of the 6 great holy lands. It was easier for them to be roped in by the decimating abyss. Heaven and earth changed. In fact, from a certain point of view, the first-rate and second-rate forces under the 6 sacred lands also had the same problem. They wanted to replace the 6 great holy lands, wanted to become the new holy land, wanted to have absolute power and authority, and so on and so forth. Whether it was ambition or stubbornness, there was a possibility that the decimating abyss would take advantage of them. Of course, there were similar thoughts. It didn't mean that the decimating abyss would definitely take advantage of them, and it didn't mean that they would definitely develop demonic thoughts in their hearts. It all depended on a person's willpower, rationality, and willpower. However, the possibility could not be eliminated just because of this. Some pessimists even believed that the first and second-rate forces might instead be the disaster areas of the decimating abyss's corrosion. To Yan Zhaoge, he had actually always felt that it was a very normal thing for those first and second-rate powers to have such thoughts. Martial artists were usually more spirited and arrogant than ordinary people. Weirdos like Lu Xingfeng back then were, after all, extremely rare. Of the martial practitioners who had achieved a certain level of success, how many of them would be willing to be beneath others? When their own strength was insufficient, they would acknowledge reality and submit. This didn't mean that they would be willing to live like this for the rest of their lives. If it was really hard to resist with their own strength, seeking external help was something that could not be faulted. However, what kind of external help they sought was something that needed to be paid attention to. Existences like the 9 underworlds and the flame devils were absolute taboos. Most people, even if they had ambitions and thoughts of improving themselves, they would also reject existences like the 9 underworlds and the flame devils. After all, eating humans and drinking blood, completely losing their humanity, completely turning their backs on their own race, and also going over to the common enemy of the human race who had an ocean of blood enmity with them. Most people would reject such a thing. However, there would always be a small portion of people who would not be able to resist such temptation. A considerable portion of the decimating abyss's members were like this. As compared to the violent, bloodthirsty flame devils who directly ate human flesh, the 9 underworld's evil devils were more deceptive and deceptive, causing people to be unable to guard against them. While Yan Zhaoge and Jun Ziyuan were just chatting idly, they still had to discuss this matter. The remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain who had joined the decimating abyss had returned to the Wind Domain in large numbers. From the various signs, a storm was brewing here. Uncle Jun still does not intend to take over the position of clan chief. As Jun Ziyuan and his daughter stood up to take their leave, Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Jun Ziyuan with his aura chi without batting an eyelid. With the current situation being rather chaotic, a strong leader would be more beneficial to your clan in facing the storm. Hearing his words, Jun Ziyuan knit his brows slightly, falling into deep thought. He had no desire to fight for power, but he was naturally concerned about the Howling Wind Sword sect that he had come from. After sending Jun Ziyuan off, Yan Zhaoge placed his hands behind his back, his gaze distant. Jun Ziyuan fell into hesitation, reconsidering his earlier decision. Yan Zhaoge instead felt reassured. If Jun Ziyuan had still straightforwardly insisted on his original decision, Yan Zhaoge would have been worried. As for Elder Hong and Elder Bai losing their balance due to Jun Ziyuan changing his mind and rejoining the competition for the position of clan chief, Yan Zhaoge actually didn't have to worry much. Other than receiving Jun Ziyuan, Yan Zhaoge didn't see any other guests. Other than Yan Zhaoge's side, the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain, Su Fei included, seemed calm at this moment, but they were actually all paying close attention to the slightest disturbance in the sand region. After sending Jun Ziyuan's group off, Yan Zhaoge began yet another round of secluded cultivation. His goal this time was to break through from the late Xiantian martial scholar realm to the heavenly connection realm. Refining the body to the point of refinement, martial scholars to the heavens, martial grandmasters to the transcending mortality realm. These three realms were respectively the peak of the body refinement realm, the martial scholar realm and the martial grandmaster realm. It was the peak, as well as the starting point. Stepping into this realm signified that a martial practitioner was beginning to break through to an even higher realm, in preparation for crossing that incomparably difficult heavenly chasm. Yan Zhaoge now also wanted to first step onto this first peak, before going to view the scenery even higher up. Time flowed like water, amidst the clamor of the outside world and the tranquility of the room. One night, Yan Zhaoge was still sitting peacefully as usual, his eyes closed, as though he was sleeping. Above his head, an illusory spiritual light rose upwards, and at a certain moment, it suddenly solidified. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, and as he did so, the dark, lightless room instantly became bright, as though it was daytime. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge had successfully stepped into the heavenly connection realm. Revealing a slight smile on his face, Yan Zhaoge stood up, pushed open the door and walked out. Coincidentally, who also just happened to walk into the courtyard at this time. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, he was first taken aback, before he grinned widely, "Young master, double happiness has arrived." Chapter 248. Yan Zhaoge did not retract the spiritual light above his head. With a single look, who knew that the spiritual light above Yan Zhaoge's head that connected the heavens and the earth had already turned from illusory to real, signifying that Yan Zhaoge had officially stepped into the peak of the 10th level of the martial scholar realm, the heavenly connection stage. Double happiness? Yan Zhaoge looked at who. One of them was that he had stepped into the heavenly connection stage, but he did not know what the other one was. Who was all smiles, "Young master, news has come from Broad Creed Mountain that the heaven-returning divine pill you unearthed has been successfully concocted by the family head." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge also felt pleasantly surprised. Oh? So fast. It was not easy to refine the heaven-reversing elixir. It had to be melted down 9 times, and each time required a lot of time. If there was a single mistake, the result was that the herbs would be wasted, and they would have to start all over again. While Yan Zhaoge was very confident in Yan Di's cultivation base and attainments in alchemy, he had also mentally prepared himself for a prolonged battle. Yan Zhaoge was also rather taken aback by the good news that had arrived so quickly. After silently calculating the time in his heart, Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. "Good fella. Dad. Did he succeed on the first try?" Who smiled innocently. "I'm not sure about that, but the patriarch did send good news. He said that, young master, you can rest easy now." Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, looking at the dark night sky as he muttered to himself, "That's right, I can indeed put my heart at ease." With the heaven-returning divine pill successfully concocted, Yan Zhaoge was at least 90% certain that his Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng, would be able to recover from his old injuries that had always been plaguing him. In this way, with Yuan Zhengfeng's strong foundation and outstanding talent, it was almost certain that he would be able to take the last half-step that he had been stuck in for a long time to transcend mortality and become a martial saint. Yuan Zhengfeng had been waiting for this day for who knew how many years. Although nothing is absolute in this world. However, with the strength and potential that Yuan Zhengfeng had displayed, he would have ascended to the saint state long ago if not for his old injuries. For Broad Creed Mountain, which originally already had the clear Qi robe, if Yuan Zhengfeng successfully ascended to the realm of the martial saint, Broad Creed Mountain's strength would directly skyrocket. Even if the Sacred Sun Clan's east-coming martial saint Huang Guanglie had successfully advanced a step further, while Broad Creed Mountain would still be under pressure, the situation would at most be the same as before, unable to worsen. Because of Yan Zhaoge. Having pulled Infinite Boundless Mountain into their alliance with Jade Sea City, the situation was even better than it had been a few years ago. The reason why he said that he could only relax half of his heart, while the other half was still hanging in suspense, was because there were still some variables. If Yuan Zhengfeng were to recover from his old injuries because of the heaven-returning elixir, he would certainly be able to break through to the martial saint realm. However, he would still need some time before he could truly ascend to the martial saint realm. During this period of time, Yuan Zhengfeng's secluded cultivation was a great test for Broad Creed Mountain. If the current situation remained unchanged, it would be fine. At most, Broad Creed Mountain would just temporarily withdraw their defenses, guarding their headquarters. However, if the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia happened to leave seclusion during this period of time, the situation would be disadvantageous to Broad Creed Mountain. Especially if Huang Guanglia emerged from seclusion this time and successfully advanced a step further, the situation for Broad Creed Mountain would not be something that could only be described as disadvantageous. This time, there were still risks and opportunities. However, the successful concoction of the heaven-returning divine pill had given Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Zhengfeng an even higher chance of success. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge just wanted to give his father a big thumbs up. The heaven-returning divine pill having been concocted in one go, saving a great deal of time. This time was equivalent to saving Yuan Zhengfeng's breakthrough. Such a saving undoubtedly had strategic significance, not just saving time in the concoction itself. Yan Zhaoge nodded repeatedly, not bad, not bad. It is indeed a double blessing. In comparison, my own happiness doesn't even count for much. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ah Hu, speaking of which, how is Pan Pan? Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh, that fellow has been raised by young master to be fat and healthy. Now, he will be advancing once more very soon. If he can successfully balance the power of fire and water, I believe that he will improve greatly. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily, keep an eye on him. This fatty is good in everything, just that he has two problems. Other than gluttony, he's lazy. If we don't urge him, he'll definitely slack off. Although he was somewhat different from the giant pandas in Yan Zhaoge's impression, Pan Pan was also one who wouldn't stand if he could sit, and wouldn't sit if he could lie down, his laziness reaching a certain level. Ordinary giant pandas appeared lazy and didn't like to move. That was because they mainly ate bamboo, their intake of energy being low. In order to conserve their strength, they didn't like to move. And for Pan Pan, while he also liked to eat bamboo, that was just a hobby. In truth, most of the things he ate were gold and iron that were rich in spiritual qi. Therefore, the problem of him conserving his strength did not exist. However, he was still a lazy fellow, causing Yan Zhaoge to be very speechless. Not mentioning Pan Pan, after having successfully stepped into the heavenly connection stage, Yan Zhaoge did not relax as he instead began preparing to advance towards a higher level. Earlier, he had been searching for the life-illuminating immortal stone in preparation for his breakthrough into the martial grandmaster realm. However, before truly taking that final step, Yan Zhaoge still had to do some more accumulation, solidifying his foundation. Outsiders only saw Yan Zhaoge's triumphant progress, his cultivation speed shocking the entire world. However, they mostly overlooked that Yan Zhaoge's every step was actually very stable, not advancing impatiently at all. A minute on stage was 10 years of work off stage. Behind the countless moments of glory and the show of divinity, Yan Zhaoge's diligence in his cultivation surpassed that of most people. Of those whom Yan Zhaoge currently came into contact with, even cultivation maniacs like Shi Tai and Feng Yunsheng might not be more hardworking than him. Amidst Yan Zhaoge's cultivation, time passed day by day. One day, Shui Fei suddenly appeared at Yan Zhaoge's lodgings. Yan Zhaoge opened the door and went out to welcome him, seeing Shui Fei standing there calmly, his first words being, "The decimating abyss is about to make a move." Where? Yan Zhaoge didn't waste any time, getting straight to the point. The two didn't waste any time as they walked out side by side, Shui Fei saying as they walked, "Yunwu, Wang family." Yan Zhaoge nodded, sighing. His worries back then had not been unfounded. The Yunwu Wang family of the Sand region was a long-established family of the Wind domain, their history even longer than that of the Howling Wind Sword sect. Like the Howling Wind Sword sect, the Yunwu Wang family was a first-rate power of the Wind domain's Sand region, controlling a large amount of territory. Beneath them, there were also quite a few second-rate powers as well as smaller families and sections. While the Wang family was also a vassal of Broad Creed Mountain, from the looks of it now, a considerable number of Wang family disciples were dissatisfied with the current situation. With the 6 great sacred grounds at the top, the space and opportunities for a first-rate power like the Wang family to continue advancing became limited. This actually couldn't be said about who was right or wrong. Everyone wanted to climb high and see far, but there was only so much space at the peak. Those below wanted to go up, while those above wanted to go even higher. Their foundation was to not be pushed down by others. It was just that this gave the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss some opportunities. That day, in Yunwu County of the Wind Domain's Sand region, winds and clouds surged. Chapter 249. League. Please support the monthly votes and subscription. Thank you. Yunwu County was the Wang clan's ancestral land. Other than Yunwu County, the Wang clan also controlled the surrounding vast territories. The area controlled by the Wang clan and the Howling Wind Sword sect were adjacent to each other. They also shared a border with the Great Western Desert and were relatively close to Suzhou City. Su Fei sent Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Hu to the gates of Suzhou City, saying, I am now an acting elder of Suzhou City, and have responsibilities on me. This time, I will not be able to accompany you. Be careful. Yan Zhaoge raised his fist and lightly punched Su Fei's shoulder. Senior apprentice brother Su can rest easy, we will pay attention to it. You just have to be careful of the other party's diversion. The party left Suzhou City and rushed towards the area controlled by the Wang clan. This time, Feng Yunsheng had specially come to sharpen her saber. Sitting on Pan's body, she asked Yan Zhaoge, if a fallen practitioner appears, there's naturally no need to say anything. But what if it's someone who harbors devilish intent, but has yet to fall to the dark side? Hu's gaze also instantly turned towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's figure jolted slightly along with Pan's rapid strides. He said indifferently, if the decimating abyss wants to cause trouble, it will most likely be the same as that time at Clear Concealed Lake. Their goal is to construct the devilish domain grand formation, guiding the descent of the 9 underworlds. Regardless of whether they have completely fallen to the devil or not, anyone who leads the way for the 9 underworlds can be killed. If the door to the 9 underworlds is opened because of our leniency, the evil devils will definitely not be lenient in killing people. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance. The infiltration ability of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss to corrode one's heart is too great. If one does not fall to the dark side and is proficient in concealing their emotions and thoughts, it would be very hard for them to be exposed. It is really like the old saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but not their heart. Although there have been constant investigations and purges these days, and there have been some results, no one can guarantee that everything has been cleaned up, especially the high-level experts. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. His gaze was somewhat dark and gloomy. Although it is very displeasing, I have to say that the higher a cultivator's cultivation is, the more demonic thoughts will appear in their hearts. The more difficult it is to be detected by the outside world, because most of them have relatively strong control over themselves. It is very difficult for others to see through them. Such a person has a firm will. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for him to become a demon. That's why it's even more deep-rooted and stubborn. Hu and Feng Yunsheng both nodded, and Feng Yunsheng said softly, the worst-case scenario would be that it would be like the previous time at Clear Concealed Lake. Our arrangements and preparations have already been made known to the other party. The Wang clan before us could very well be a feint, or a trap. Yan Zhaoge said, that's right. Therefore, we have to be vigilant. Once you realize that something is amiss, you'll have to adapt to the situation. Ah, who shook his big head? The 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss are really too annoying. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can grasp every single hair and beard, suspecting and monitoring every single person. That way, not only would everyone be in danger, there might also be countless false cases, false accusations being made against others. At that time, the decimating abyss would definitely be overjoyed. I can only stabilize my footing and plan slowly. After all, the vast majority of people were repelled by the demons of the netherworld. They were tempted by the demons. In the end, they are still the minority. Yan Zhaoge said, the crux is that there needs to be an absolutely reliable expert who can suppress the situation. Ah, who grinned. Elder Shi is such a person. In this time's incident in the Wind Domain, the bigwig who brought Creed Mountain had specially rushed over to the Wind Domain to oversee the situation was precisely Yan Zhaoge's eldest apprentice uncle. The Iron Lion King, Shi Tai. Yan Zhaoge nodded, sighing, that's right. Proceeding forward, they quickly neared Yunwu County. Following the directions, Yan Zhaoge arrived at a barren mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a tall figure, resembling a mountain. It was precisely Shi Tai. Zhaoge's here. Shi Tai did not turn his head as he gazed into the distance. There was an oasis, precisely the ancestral ground of the Wang family. The Wang family had a foundation in Yunwu County, but its most fundamental place was still this oasis. Gazing over now, black smoke could already be seen shooting into the skies, gradually dyeing the sky above the oasis black. Amidst the roiling black clouds, blood-red lightning flickered, mournful and terrifying. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the black clouds gradually extending over his head, as well as the blood-red lightning amidst the cloud layer, as though he had returned to that time at Clear Concealed Lake. Shi Tai gazed at the oasis in the distance. Looking at his back, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was a little complicated. Zhaoge, you have something to say to me? Shi Tai did not turn as he suddenly sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge hesitated slightly for a moment before saying candidly, currently, it is still only my personal guess, still awaiting confirmation. Now that a great battle is upon us, I don't want to say it, lest I disturb eldest apprentice uncle's state of mind for nothing. Shi Tai's voice paused for a moment before resounding once more, there are not many things that can disturb my state of mind. Either it concerns the safety of Broad Creed Mountain, or it is, Yan Zhaoge sighed lightly, pondering for a moment before saying, I still can't be sure, but senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao, may still be alive. Shi Tai's breathing halted slightly as he was silent for a moment before he asked, did you see him somewhere? Yan Zhaoge answered softly, I made a report earlier that someone launched a sneak attack on me and senior apprentice brother Su in Clear Concealed Lake's Devilish Domain Grand Formation. The last time I entered that foreign dimension left behind by senior loose practitioner He before the Great Calamity, I was once again attacked by the same person. In the process of clashing, I sliced off a corner of his mask, revealing a small portion of his face. I can't be completely sure, but, Shi Tai was silent for a moment before he asked, is there any other evidence? Yan Zhaoge answered, the martial art that person cultivates in is the dark light killing art. However, it can be seen that it was not a martial art that he had always been proficient in, instead having been learnt later on. His dark light killing art has already reached a rather high level of attainment, but according to my estimates, he should have only been cultivating in it for a few years. Estimating the time, it should be a little shorter than the time that senior apprentice brother Shi disappeared. Shi Tai asked, I remember you saying that he was an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Yan Zhaoge answered, yes, senior apprentice brother Shi was in the heavenly connection stage when he disappeared. With his talent and potential, if he had not been stuck in the heavenly connection stage for too long, he should have been a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Therefore, I also have my doubts. Shirtai said slowly, counting the time spent recuperating and switching to other martial arts. The early spirit vessel stage should be more likely. Hearing these words, Yan Zhaoge could only keep his mouth shut, not saying anything. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge answered in a low voice, "I'm sorry, eldest apprentice uncle." Shirtai closed his eyes, saying slowly, "No, you did the right thing. Letting me be mentally prepared beforehand is a little better. I naturally also hope that you, Zhaoge, have recognized the wrong person, but if he really is Song Tao, that is also something that I have to bear. At the end of the day, I am not a qualified father." The higher one's cultivation base, not only were there fewer instances of surpassing levels to defeat an opponent, the gap in strength between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level would also generally be smaller. Of those who were able to walk to such a high level, how many of them were simple? In a battle between Essence Talisman martial grandmaster experts of the same cultivation level, the addition of a high-grade spirit artifact would often be sufficient to decide the outcome of the battle. Yan Zhaoge laughed, otherwise, why would he be called the Iron Lion King? Attack and defense as one. Shirtai gazed coldly at his opponent, the belt at his waist lit up with radiance. His high-grade spirit artifact, the profound light divine armor, was activated, instantly transforming into an armor of black light, enveloping Shirtai's body. The power of the spirit artifact merged with Shirtai's martial will, causing his strength to instantly skyrocket. As he punched downwards, he directly sent the scaly dragon king, Sima Chui, into retreat. After that punch, Shirtai did not rush to pursue him, instead stomping heavily downwards. With a mighty boom, the Wang family ancestral ground's defensive grand formation completely collapsed. Sima Chui's expression was dark as his spear changed, transforming into numerous streaks of black light that circulated between the heavens and the earth. He no longer clashed head-on with Shirtai, instead adopting a roaming combat style. While Sima Chui was not Shirtai's match, at least he did not allow Shirtai to continue approaching the Wang family ancestral ground down below. The oasis where the Wang family ancestral ground was located was enveloped by black fog once more, streaks of red lightning lighting up amidst the black fog. In the depths of the black fog, a massive spirit formation could vaguely be seen. Yan Zhaoge could once again feel the terrifying aura of the Great Nine Underworld's door preparing to descend back then at Clear Concealed Lake. "Let's go." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge shot forward like lightning towards the Wang family ancestral ground, Feng Yunsheng and Pan Pan following closely behind him. From all directions, broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners appeared, led by martial grandmaster experts, surrounding the Wang family ancestral ground together. Yan Zhaoge expanded his immortal crane wings, his speed swift as he very quickly arrived at the outskirts of the Wang family ancestral ground. The defensive grand formation of the Wang family ancestral ground had already been destroyed by Shirtai. Facing the broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, the people within could only defend against them in close combat. As Yan Zhaoge and the others neared, countless dark streaks of light instantly surged over from within the black fog, resembling a torrential storm. They all displayed various methods, defending against them. Yan Zhaoge's footsteps did not cease at all, the wings on his shoulders unfurling, their tips aimed forward, numerous crane feathers resembling a downpour of light shooting directly towards the enemy. The faint golden feathers of light and that dark light clashed unceasingly within the air. The numerous feathers of light shattered, transforming into streaks of light as they dissipated, the numerous iron arrows of dark light distorting and deforming, resembling rain as they fell to the ground. The few that escaped the net, the lofty mountain armor lit up, directly resisting them head-on. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, coming to the outskirts of the Wang family ancestral ground. With a kick, the walls of the manor collapsed mightily, a large hole appearing. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he retracted his arm, the hilt of his sword emerging from his opponent's chest. Not changing his hand, Yan Zhaoge just pinched the tip of the sword with 2 fingers. It was as if he wanted to commit suicide. Using the hilt as the edge of the sword, he casually swung it, but it was already better than most of the swords of the grandmasters in the world. He killed all the martial artists surrounding him. A portion of the perimeter wall was broken through. Yan Zhaoge entered the courtyard, instantly slaying many people as he cleared out the surrounding area. Other than him, there was no one else alive. Yan Zhaoge's gaze did not change in the slightest. He abruptly threw the sword in his hand to the side, and it instantly turned into a lightning-like sword light. In the black fog, a martial artist was trying to use the darkness to hide his figure and quietly approach, but he was directly nailed to the ground by this sword. The other side's martial scholar expert was also rapidly approaching, preparing to seal off the opening created by Yan Zhaoge. Directly slapping a late Xiantian martial scholar to death with a single palm, Yan Zhaoge shook his head, "If you're not a martial grandmaster, don't come to die." As he spoke, he turned around and raised his palm, blocking the incoming fist of a person. This person had a long, horse-like face. His entire body's aura qi surged, and like Yan Zhaoge's, a spiritual light shot straight into the horizon above his head. It was not illusory. Instead, it was real radiance. Shockingly, he was also a peak martial scholar expert who had stepped into the heavenly connection stage. The newcomer didn't look very old, only being in his early 30s. His aura qi transformed into numerous black winds, clearly being of Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage. His eyes were yellow, emitting a blood-red light. He had already fallen to the dark side, his eyes staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, filled with hatred and unwillingness. Those who come from Broad Creed Mountain, all deserve to die. This horse-faced man roared loudly, his entire body's aura qi surging madly, condensing into an illusory heaven and earth, the heavens and earth filled with black hurricanes. The terrifying black hurricanes compressed and condensed unceasingly, finally transforming into numerous seemingly material black spears, their tips pointed straight at Yan Zhaoge. However, as the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, streams of clear qi emanated, majestic as the heavens. As the opponent's black hurricanes that resembled long spears fell within, they directly disappeared. At the same time, grabbing his opponent's fist, Yan Zhaoge abruptly exhaled a terrifying aura qi from his palm. That horse-faced man could only feel numerous streams of aura qi that resembled fire dragons instantly flowing through the meridians of his arm, causing a painful feeling of being sliced apart and incinerated. The numerous fire dragons rushed madly into his body's aura qi completely unable to withstand them. In that instant, the horse-faced man's internal organs were all incinerated, his flesh, blood, tendons, bones, internal organs and meridians that had been tempered countless times by his aura qi beginning to explode one after another. The horse-faced man stood stiffly where he was, his head, face, arms and other parts of his body revealed a strange red color. It was like a shrimp or crab being cooked thoroughly. Yan Zhaoge released his hand, the horse-faced man's body collapsing onto the ground like a pile of mud. At this age, having cultivated to the heavenly connection stage, even in a sacred ground, he would still be at the level of a core, direct disciple. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, with Black Nightmare Mountain's current dire state, it is really rare that they could still recruit such a genius disciple. Sadly, he has joined the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge shot forward with the immortal crane wings at an extremely fast speed. Only now did Ah Hu and the others catch up. As soon as Ah Hu entered, his 5 fingers pierced through the top of an opponent's skull. In other areas of the manor, a group of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were also unceasingly breaking into the manor, killing their way into its depths. Broad Creed Mountain had long since been prepared for this operation, mobilizing their elite forces, their attacks hard for their opponents to withstand. Let alone the martial practitioners of the Wang family, even the other decimating abyss martial practitioners led by the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain would also be hard-pressed to stop Broad Creed Mountain's momentum. As opposed to the opponents before them, it was instead the aftershocks of the battle between Shi Tai and Sima Chui up above that caused Yan Zhaoge and the others to be more vigilant, lest they were swept away by the tail of the typhoon, dying mysteriously. However, on one hand, Shi Tai held the upper hand, beating Sima Chui into constant retreat, hard-pressed to parry. Shi Tai was able to control the changes in the battle situation, leaving some space for Yan Zhaoge and the others. Secondly, the demonic chi's aura was getting denser and denser. While it was dangerous, it also blocked the shockwaves from the battle between Shi and Tai. This allowed Yan Zhaoge and the others to feel at ease and boldness as they directly charged towards the core of the manor's devilish domain grand formation. Having experienced the previous battle at Clear Concealed Lake, Yan Zhaoge was now even more familiar with the devilish domain grand formation. Currently, the grand formation had still yet to be completely formed, the domain of devilish chi also yet to be established. While Yan Zhaoge and the others were affected, their movements were still smooth. There was only that terrifying aura that bewitched one's heart, gradually growing stronger, affecting one's mind. Yan Zhaoge felt as he charged forward, the killing intent within his heart seemed to be growing stronger unceasingly, as though there was a voice within his heart telling him to kill all living beings before him, no matter who they were. Ha! Yan Zhaoge's gaze sunk as he stabilized his mind once more. Raising his head and gazing over, he saw a familiar golden pagoda not far away, a red door of light currently projecting downwards from the top of the pagoda. Yan Zhaoge leapt, shooting towards the golden pagoda. Spreading his arms wide, resembling a great rock spreading its wings, his sword aura slashing past, bringing along a few heads as they soared into the skies. He successfully dodged the roulette and rushed toward the man who threw the roulette. Evading the enemy and attacking the enemy was completed in a single move. People couldn't help but cheer when they saw it. Feng Yunsheng, on the other hand, seemed to be in a daze as she stood rooted to the spot. Just as someone was about to cry out in alarm, they saw Feng Yunsheng suddenly raise the black long saber in her hand. The next moment, the saber fell. A sharp and ear-piercing sound of friction rang out, and then the roulette suddenly split into two, brushing past both sides of Feng Yunsheng's body, flying far away, and then smashing onto the ground. After Feng Yunsheng swung her saber, she pushed off the ground lightly and soared into the air. Then, it fell like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of an opponent. The violent and sharp blade was like a hot knife through butter, chopping down from the top of the opponent's head, and then going all the way down, directly splitting the opponent vertically in half. Such a brazen momentum coming from the hands of a beautiful woman, the strong contrast caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. However, after Feng Yunsheng's blade fell and killed this enemy, she did not care in the slightest. It was as though she was used to it. She turned, not hesitating in the slightest as she rushed towards another opponent. Pan Pan followed closely behind Feng Yunsheng, even though his current strength was actually greater than Feng Yunsheng's. However, seeing this scene, his two big eyes blinked as he unconsciously shrunk his fleshy neck. The others followed closely behind. Being able to keep up with his footsteps, Yan Zhaoge acted as a sharp blade, advancing unceasingly at the front. Responsible for opening the path. As someone advanced, the immortal crane wings on Yan Zhaoge's shoulders instantly flipped, transforming into two wings, the crane feathers at the tips like blades as they shot out over a large area, riddling the enemies before him with thousands of holes. Gradually approaching the tall tower at the center of the devilish domain grand formation, this place was already gradually about to form an independent space, red light spreading everywhere, turning the surrounding area into a red independent world. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the numerous black spirit patterns that resembled chains above his head, before leaping up. A short stone rod appeared within his hands, growing with the wind as it instantly transformed into a massive pillar of the divine palace. Yan Zhaoge brought the pillar of the divine palace above the intersecting spirit patterns, releasing his hand as the pillar of the divine palace smashed downwards. The numerous spirit patterns down below instantly broke apart one after another. As the spirit patterns broke apart, the originally already unstable golden tower was shaken as well, shaking. The red light between the heavens and the earth instantly vanished, even the devilish chi dissipating greatly. The power of the devilish domain grand formation suddenly weakened. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who were still fighting within the grand formation instantly sped up, killing over in a straight line. This was especially so in the direction of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, instantly killing their way to the core region of the grand formation like a hot knife through butter. Standing on the pillar of the divine palace, Yan Zhaoge smashed apart the numerous spirit patterns. Before the pillar had even landed on the ground, the sky above his head suddenly darkened, the light dimming. Raising his head, he saw an old man brandishing a saber in an attack towards him, the saber descending, resembling the collapse of an unending chain of mountains. His majestic true essence turned illusory into real, actually truly forming countless mountain rocks, descending towards Yan Zhaoge with the momentum of mountains collapsing. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, the head of the Wang family. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as the light of thunder surged within his right eye, the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor in the form of a purple orb appearing. A massive rumble resounded, the purplish-green light of thunder surging madly, shattering the mountain rocks before him. The Wang family patriarch was still about to attack when a strong wind resounded by his ear, a terrifying saber light that seemed like it wanted to break through space itself appeared, chopping towards him. Of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, one of the 8 extreme arts, chaotic elements uniting saber. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain had already arrived. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. This time, he had not come to the core of the grand formation alone. Reaching out to pick up the pillar of the divine palace, Yan Zhaoge changed his position, smashing apart a few more spirit patterns. The devilish domain grand formation weakened further, that golden tower beginning to look like it was on the verge of collapse, the red door of light also close to being destroyed. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners here were gaining the upper hand, victory already in sight. In the air above the Wang family ancestral ground, the scaly dragon king, Sima Chui, was forced to the point of not touching the ground, only barely able to drag things out. After smashing another spirit pattern, Yan Zhaoge stopped, leaping onto the top of the pillar of the divine palace, gazing at that tall golden tower. Standing by the side of the thick stone pillar, who raised his head and looked upwards, "Young master, what is it?" "Something's not right." Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, it went too smoothly. Who scratched his head, perhaps because Broad Creed Mountain no longer has any decimating abyss spies, the other side not knowing of our plans, thus being defeated in a single blow? Yan Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. The decimating abyss martial practitioners here at the core of the grand formation are mostly of the Wang family, with no martial grandmasters of Black Nightmare Mountain to be seen. Black Nightmare Mountain's elites are actually only that heavenly connection martial grandmaster who died at my hands at the outskirts of the grand formation. Who was shocked, there's an ambush, wanting to surround us instead. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, our clan has experts in charge of guarding the outskirts, with the first seat elder of the Sand region keeping a close eye on them. It won't be so easy to surround us instead. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on that tall golden tower once more. Chapter 253. The monthly votes of the gurus are increasing so fast, please protect them with monthly votes. Thank you everyone. In this battle, the enemy experts are also few. Other than the scaly dragon king, Sima Chui, there are no other essence talisman martial grandmasters. Gazing at that golden tower, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Who grinned and said, even if there is an ambush, it won't be wrong to destroy this devilish domain formation first. We can't let the 9 serenities descend here, right? Furthermore, by destroying the demonic domain Great Formation, the enemy will also lose their geographical advantage. Yan Zhaoge did not answer as he surveyed his surroundings, looking at those intersecting spirit patterns as he began unceasingly deducing and analyzing them. After the incident of Clear Concealed Lake, having learnt his lesson, Yan Zhaoge grit his teeth and put in more effort in the Tao of formations. Although due to time constraints, it was impossible to have earth-shattering changes in a short period of time, there was still considerable progress. At the end of the day, the ultimate goal of this devilish domain grand formation is to allow the 9 underworlds to descend. It is a formation that can break through the boundaries of space and time. Yan Zhaoge pondered, then, if they want to hide something, could it also be in the area of spatial distortions? Opening the door in reverse, sending us from the 8 extremities world into the 9 underworlds? It doesn't feel like. Yan Zhaoge unceasingly deduced the principles of the formation, countless thoughts flashing through his mind at lightning speed. While he and Ah who had stopped here, the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain did not cease their attacks. An essence spirit martial grandmaster chopped out with an 8 sceneries spirit saber, his true essence transforming into 8 screens of light, enveloping that tall golden tower within. In the next moment, the 8 light screens shattered together. Even the golden pagoda, which was already on the verge of collapse, began to completely collapse. Yan Zhaoge carefully felt the collapse of the golden tower as well as the changes in the devilish domain grand formation. Suddenly, Yan Zhaoge detected a problem. The devilish domain grand formation before him, compared to the one he had destroyed at Clear Concealed Lake, was much more powerful when it was in operation. There was no difference, it was exactly the same. But when the formation began to reverse and collapse, there was a slight difference. The golden tower was collapsing, and the red door of light was completely obliterated. The chain-like black runes broke one after another. The dense black demon chi in the air began to pour into the bodies of the fallen evils, causing them unbearable pain. Everything was so similar, as if the scene of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake had been replayed. There was only one difference. Accompanied by the collapse of the tall golden tower, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel it. The power of this infernal domain grand array seemed to be secretly being directed to other places. Yan Zhaoge abruptly raised his head, not bothering to speak any further as he leapt off the pillar of the divine palace. Next, he picked it up and shot swiftly towards the collapsing golden tower. Seeing Yan Zhaoge carrying the massive stone pillar as he rushed towards the golden tower, the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were all slightly taken aback. The core of the formation is already about to be destroyed. Ah! What is he doing, greedy for merit? But if we're talking about greed, there are so many of us watching. What's more, you took the lead in breaking through the formation and helped everyone break through. You should have a share in the credit. The Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster closest to that golden tower also looked at Yan Zhaoge in shock, frowning slightly. No need to worry, Zhaoge. That saber of mine can guarantee the destruction of this golden tower. Not waiting for him to finish, Yan Zhaoge hurriedly cut him off. Elder Tsong, first protect this tower, don't let it collapse. As his words left his mouth, everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even the remaining decimating abyss martial practitioners and fallen evils present. They were all stunned on the spot, unable to recover as they looked at Yan Zhaoge. Never in his wildest dreams would Elder Tsong have thought that Yan Zhaoge would suddenly say something like this. He looked shockingly at Yan Zhaoge. What exactly? Halfway through his words, a wary look suddenly flashed through Elder Tsong's eyes. He appraised Yan Zhaoge with a scrutinizing gaze. He thought of a possibility. While he felt that this possibility was very absurd, however absurd it was, it could not compare to Yan Zhaoge's current actions, which were like two completely different people. Fallen to the dark side. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all looked rather hesitantly at Yan Zhaoge. If it was said that Yan Zhaoge had fallen to the dark side, they would also not believe it. first not mentioning the incident at Clear Concealed Lake. The descent of the 9 underworlds had been stopped by Yan Zhaoge. In the descent of the Wang ancestral ground this time, in breaking through the devilish domain Grand Formation, Yan Zhaoge had also played an important role. If one had to find a martial scholar of the 8 extremities world whom the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds wanted to kill the most, if Yan Zhaoge claimed to be number 2, no one would dare claim to be number 1. For such a person to fall to the dark side, it was really hard to believe. However, Yan Zhaoge's current abnormal actions were really hard to understand. Could it be that in breaking through the formation earlier, he had been temporarily aroused by the devilish intent within his heart? The 9 underworlds specialized in digging holes in people's hearts. No one knew when they would suddenly fall for it, only able to remain vigilant at all times. The tall golden tower had already completely shattered, collapsing downwards as it was about to be reduced to rubble. Yan Zhaoge could not be bothered to explain as he leapt into the air, descending the pillar of the divine palace, forcibly suppressing the shattered golden tower. Luckily, his usual reputation and performance had left too deep an impression in everyone's hearts. While they were suspicious, they did not stop him in the end. Suppressing the collapsed golden tower, Yan Zhaoge's expression was still grave as he concentrated on analyzing the changes in the formation. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge was completely unable to spare any attention to speak, Hu hurriedly said, "Elder Tsong, young master feels that our trip this time has gone too smoothly, and that the other side has probably set up a trap." Hearing his words, Elder Tsong nodded slightly, "Yes, I also feel this way. However, whether it is an ambush or something else, we can't just watch as the 9 underworlds descend. First destroying the devilish domain Grand Formation would definitely not be wrong. No matter what the other side plans, their target is still the 9 underworlds' descent. And once the great 9 underworlds door opens, the consequences will undoubtedly be unimaginable. However bad the result, it can't be worse than this." The other Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster experts all nodded. Now finally understanding the sudden changes in the formation, Yan Zhaoge said, "The 9 underworlds descending here is indeed an extremely bad result, but it is still not the worst." Elder Tsong and the others were slightly taken aback. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, raising his head to look into the distance. "With the 9 underworlds descending here, at least we are prepared for battle, especially with eldest apprentice uncle here. Even if the door to the 9 underworlds truly opens, we can still fight to the death to obstruct the evil devils, buying time for the clan's other experts to arrive and for the nearby civilians to evacuate. However, what if another gate is suddenly opened in another place that we are not prepared for without any sign, leading to the arrival of the 9 serenities?" All the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners present were shocked. Be it Clear Concealed Lake or the Wang family's ancestral ground, the reason why they could obstruct the descent of the 9 underworlds was because the formation of the devilish domain Grand Formation and the opening of the 9 underworlds door required a certain amount of time. At the same time, setting up a great formation required time and treasures. It was not impossible to find it. It was possible that it would be detected before the formation was properly set up. This gave the martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world a chance to wreak havoc. But what if a door to the 9 underworlds was instantly opened at a certain place without any signs and without any process? Just the thought of it sent chills down everyone's spine. Other than the central heaven region where Broad Creed Mountain was located, of the first seat elders of the south, north, west, east, Sand region and Gan region, the first seat elder of the south region was the strongest. However, it was also precisely in order to guard against the Sacred Sun clan, standing against them. Therefore, the experts of Broad Creed Mountain, the South Heaven region's first seat elder included, were all stationed at the border of the South Heaven region, where it intersected with the fire domain. Broad Creed Mountain's arrangements in the South Heaven region were towards the south and not the north, with the north precisely being the Central Heaven region. This resulted in the southern heaven continent, except for the southern border. The defense of the inner regions was very weak. If a spatial rift suddenly opened in the central region of the South Heaven region, the descent of the 9 underworlds would definitely result in massive destruction, and it would be very hard for Broad Creed Mountain's lineage to react in time. Especially when they still had to consider what the Sacred Sun clan would do. Time was tight to send reinforcements from Central Heaven State, and it was hard to make it in time. Harboring a final hope, someone asked Yan Zhaoge, if the other party had made such arrangements, why would they have waited for us to fall into their trap? They couldn't have taken the initiative to destroy the devilish formation core here. To achieve the goal of changing the location of the demon gate's opening? I also hope that I'm wrong, but sadly, that's not the case. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Whether it is fallen practitioners or those with devilish intent, they are all unable to destroy the core of the devilish domain grand formation. Therefore, they can only set up a deceptive formation, borrowing our hands to help them complete their plan. Yan Zhaoge laughed. At this critical moment, it is indeed the one and only method that can accurately determine whether or not a person harbors devilish intent. It works every time. At this time, Yan Zhaoge could still talk and laugh casually. Everyone here, regardless of their cultivation base, admired his temperament and bearing. It was just that most people were unable to laugh like Yan Zhaoge. Elder Tsung shook his head forcefully. Forcing himself to calm down, he chopped down an enemy with an 8 sceneries spirit saber. Immediately inform Elder Shi, as well as our clan and the South Heaven region. We will purge the remaining decimating abyss martial practitioners here. Seeing this, the Wang family head finally laughed madly. Even if I die here. Being able to see your Broad Creed Mountain in such a sorry state, this old man can already be considered not to have died in vain. Ha 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 ha. The faces of Elder Tsung and the others were all very ugly. The other party had dug a huge pit for them, but they had no choice but to jump into it. Destroying the devilish domain grand formation here, preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds in Yunwu County, would instead cause another great 9 underworlds door to instantly open elsewhere. If they did not destroy the devilish domain grand formation here, could it be that they would just sit and watch as the 9 underworlds descended before their very eyes? While the former was more dangerous, the latter was indisputably not a good result either. After working so hard for so long, having to choose between the worst and the worst, no one would be in a good mood. Ah Hu looked at Yan Zhaoge with a bitter expression on his face. Young master. Still pressing his palm on that golden wreckage, Yan Zhaoge muttered, the decimating abyss has an expert making such intricate improvements to the devilish domain grand formation that opens the great 9 underworlds door within such a short period of time. I just don't know if it can accurately pinpoint the exact location where the Great 9 Underworlds door will reopen. It would be fine if it opened randomly, but if it can pinpoint the exact location, that would really be hard to come by. Yan Zhaoge's mind sunk into the devilish formation, the scenes before him turning illusory as an ear-piercing howl that resembled the mournful wailing of the deep abyss resounded by his ears. Finally, the scene before him was that of a plain in the South Heaven region. On the flat ground, there were farmlands everywhere, even a number of large cities, densely populated. A large river flowed past, nourishing the farmlands on both sides, creating a scene of bountiful fertility. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge was speechless. He could virtually see what would happen after the descent of the 9 underworlds, this place transforming into hell on earth. Within the air, the black devilish chi suddenly dissipated, a figure descending from the heavens, resembling a descending divinity, light illuminating the great earth. It was precisely the Iron Lion King, Shi Tai. Having originally already held the absolute advantage, almost about to slay Sima Chui, after hearing the news from his fellow disciple, he had no choice but to let go of his opponent this time, first rushing over to where Yan Zhaoge and the others were. I've already tried to inform the clan and the South Heaven region as quickly as possible, Shi Tai asked. Roughly how much time do we have? Yan Zhaoge answered. Roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Shi Tai silently calculated. even if Master hurries over with the help of the clear chi robe, he might not make it in time. The others all shut their eyes painfully. If even the combination of Broad Creed Mountain's #1 expert and the clear chi robe could not make it in time, then Broad Creed Mountain would really have no way at all. Here, they could only be anxious, unable to do anything at all. This feeling was just as unbearable as closing their eyes and waiting for death. Of everyone here, only Yan Zhaoge stared fixedly at the ruins of the Golden Tower before him, his gaze flickering unceasingly as he seemed to be thinking about something. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Shi Tai asked in a heavy tone, "Do you have a way?" After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge met Shi Tai's gaze. "There is a certain degree of risk, and I will need eldest apprentice uncle's help." Everyone's spirits rose greatly, Shi Tai's expression not changing. "No need to hold back, just speak your mind." Chapter 255. I've already run out of chapters, and I'm now posting as many chapters as I can. I've been working hard, and I hope that everyone can support me with subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. For a time, everyone's gazes fell on Yan Zhaoge. His expression calm, Yan Zhaoge said earnestly, "I want to re-establish the devilish domain grand formation here." As these words left his mouth, Yan Zhaoge saw everyone exchanging looks. Shi Tai's eyes also revealed a hint of surprise, but he quickly calmed down and asked, "You just said there's a risk. What do you mean by risk? What do you need my help for?" Yan Zhaoge speedily answered, "Rebuilding the devilish domain grand formation here, using it to guide the devilish chi that was previously sent to the South Heaven region back here." Hearing his words, Shi Tai did not interrupt as he looked quietly at Yan Zhaoge, waiting for him to continue. "In that case, first solve the crisis in the Southern Heaven continent, and then deal with the one in front of us." Yan Zhaoge continued, "I will be controlling it. At the same time, I will need an expert on the level of eldest apprentice uncle to make a move, using your fist intent to reseal the great 9 underworlds door that has been opened here. The risk lies in the fact that we cannot destroy the core of the demonic domain great formation in advance. The door of the 9 underworlds will truly open for an instant. If we do not seal it in time, there is a possibility that the 9 underworlds will truly descend." Yan Zhaoge said, "That way, it would be equivalent to us choosing the former between the worst and the worst. We would have to fight a bloody battle here to block the 9 underworld's evil devils who have invaded the 8 extremities world, buying time for the other experts of our clan to arrive and reinforce us." Shi Tai glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge, "The key does not lie with me. Any late essence talisman martial grandmaster would be able to do it. The key lies with you." Yan Zhaoge nodded, saying quietly, 70% certainty. 70%? Shi Tai repeated and said, "If it's really 70%, then that's enough. Let's go." Yan Zhaoge looked at the people beside him, "Elders, please arrange according to my instructions. We will rebuild the formation as soon as possible. Time is very tight." The group of Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmasters exchanged glances, looking first at Yan Zhaoge, then at Shi Tai, before agreeing emotionally. Although they had doubts and worries in their hearts. However, time was of the essence and no one dared to hesitate. If there was even a slight delay, the 9 underworlds would descend on the unguarded Southern Heaven region's fertile land. Very quickly, accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's low roar, "Rise." Numerous black spirit patterns instantly surfaced on the great earth. Countless runes circulated. The black light soared into the sky and turned into clouds of black mist that covered the sky. Blood-red lightning kept striking down from the black mist. The black formation patterns flickered with a gloomy brilliance, giving off an extremely filthy feeling. A terrifying aura emerged once again. It did not give off an evil feeling, but it caused one's mind to waver, making it difficult for them to stabilize their minds. The strange power seemed to be inciting the deepest desires, evil thoughts, and obsessions in the hearts of everyone present. He continued to magnify it. In the center of the black light array, a golden tower rose from the ground. As the golden light surged, it seemed to have a life of its own as it continued to grow. Under the guidance of the radiance, black runes shuttled through the air like black chains, wrapping around the golden tower. Then, as if they were enduring a huge force, all the chains became taut, as straight as a ramrod. The top of the golden pagoda radiated a blood-red light, which gradually condensed into the shape of a door. This red door of light rippled like water. The light gradually projected onto the ground in front of the golden pagoda, reflecting another large door. Within the area enveloped by the devilish domain grand formation, the black mist instantly became denser and denser. Afterwards, it became viscous like mud. The devilish chi had already begun to form a terrifying devilish domain. It enveloped the surrounding area. Outside the devilish domain, the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain Sand region and the other Broad Creed Mountain experts all looked worriedly at the terrifying devilish domain that enveloped the vast land. They had already received Shirtai's notice and knew that the devilish domain grand formation was currently being rebuilt under their control. However, such an action that was akin to playing with fire still made everyone feel uneasy. However, in comparison, this was already a slightly better result. At least it was much better than the 9 underworlds directly descending on the defenseless South Heaven region. It was just that if Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai failed, the 9 underworlds would descend on Yunwu County beneath their feet. At that time, everyone would have to be on the front lines, blocking the initial invasion of the evil devils. Previously, before they had broken through the devilish domain grand formation for the first time, upon learning that Yunwu's Wang family was about to cause trouble, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had rushed over at the first possible moment. In order to guard against any unexpected situations, they had already begun arranging for the ordinary citizens and low-level martial practitioners of Yunwu County and the surrounding area to evacuate. Now, they would not be flustered, able to fight freely in Yunwu County. This was an important reason why the Sand region had to bear the risk and prevent the South Heaven region from being ambushed. The Sand region moved urgently, and the news was also transmitted to Broad Creed Mountain in the Central Heaven region as well as the South Heaven region at the fastest speed possible. The location of the Great 9 Underworld's door could change. The other North Heaven region and the other regions also had to be informed, just in case. The Sand region's first seat elder gazed into the distance at the devilish domain grand formation that had already completely engulfed the Wang family ancestral ground, muttering to himself, "Yan Zhaoge, you must succeed." Within the devilish domain grand formation, in the core region, the black mist had disappeared. In its place was a strange space enveloped by a red light. Within this space, the golden tower stood erect, the reflection of the red door of light becoming clearer and clearer on the ground. The crevice between the two doors on the ground distorted and shook unceasingly, causing the ground to distort intensely as well. It was as though something was about to bore out from the ground, ripping a massive deep chasm in the ground. As this chasm split open, it was the path that led to the legendary 9 underworlds. The terrifying aura that bewitched one's heart surged to the extreme at this moment, causing one's mind to waver. Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he stood beneath the golden tower, pressing his hands on its surface, at the same time swiveling his head and looking calmly at the Great 9 Underworld's door that was gradually about to truly open. Half succeeded, Yan Zhaoge said, the devilish chi that leads to the South Heaven region has been drawn back. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, everyone also let out a sigh of relief. If the Great 9 Underworld's door opened here, while the South Heaven region was not affected, also opening a door to the 9 Underworlds, then everyone's feelings would really not be something that could be described with depression and fury. Everyone's attention was focused on the Golden Tower. The Golden Tower suddenly shook. Huh? Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. Someone wants to interrupt my movements, dragging the devilish chi back. On that door of red light at the top of the Golden Tower, a strange image suddenly surfaced. Raising their heads, everyone suddenly let out a shocked cry, Elder Lu. Raising his head as high as he could, Yan Zhaoge saw a figure reflected on that door of red light. It was a white-haired old man. He also recognized the other party. It was, shockingly, a longtime elder of Broad Creed Mountain. That Elder Lu's expression was currently gloomy, also carrying hints of madness, as he held a black jade talisman within his hand, currently crazily infusing his fist-intent true essence within. Shi Tai's face was sunken as water, while Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold. An illusory scene of red light also appeared before Elder Lu, from which he could clearly see Yan Zhaoge and the others. Slightly taken aback, knowing that his identity had already been exposed, he could not help but let out a strange laugh. The good son of Yan Di, it's you again? Chapter 256. Everyone, please support the monthly tickets and official subscriptions. Thank you, everyone. Looking at Elder Lu, Yan Zhaoge smiled but did not speak, focusing on controlling the devilish domain grand formation. Looking at Elder Lu, Shi Tai said slowly, after Senior Apprentice Uncle Wang, Senior Apprentice Uncle Lu, is it the same for you? Elder Lu snorted, for someone like you who has already stepped into the late essence talisman stage before reaching middle age, how could you possibly understand us? He said coldly, words are useless, let's see who's the real deal. Yan Zhaoge nodded, I very much agree with these words. As he said this, Yan Zhaoge's left hand remained pressed on the golden tower, his right hand drawing one rune after another in midair. As the runes landed on the golden tower, it instantly stabilized once more, the blood-red light at the top of the tower growing even stronger. The door projected on the ground grew clearer and more real, gradually condensing into a complete form. The great earth began to split apart. Beneath the split ground, it was not soil and stone, but a world of red light. The distorted space did not lead to the underground of the Eight Extremities world, instead leading to the legendary 9 underworlds. The abnormal, bewitching aura reached an unprecedented peak at this moment, causing one to almost go mad. Within the environment of the red light, Elder Lu seemed to have suffered the backlash of the formation as an abnormal blood-red color first surfaced on his face, before it turned completely pale. The black jade talisman in his hand shattered with a bang, the flying fragments of black jade hitting his body and face, actually piercing deeply into his flesh and blood, causing his entire face to blossom. Yan Zhaoge. Elder Lu howled like a wounded wild beast. The silhouette of the red door of light shook, Elder Lu's figure gradually disappearing. Inform the clan of this matter in time as well, Shi Tai said without even looking back, Elder Tsong beside him bowing in acknowledgement. Yan Zhaoge said, eldest apprentice uncle, it is still a fake door now. This is the final moment before it becomes real. Looking at the terrifying crevice on the ground, feeling the aura of the 9 underworlds that surged to the heavens within, Shi Tai walked forward, countless spirit talismans beginning to appear around his body. The spirit talismans transformed into numerous spirit arrays. Numerous talisman arrays converged, forming a light projection that resembled an altar and a pagoda, enveloping Shi Tai's body. The altar shrank, becoming more and more condensed, merging with Shi Tai's entire body. From the inside out, it was clear and translucent, emanating boundless radiance. At this moment, Shi Tai seemed to have transformed into the indestructible sea-stabilizing divine needle, a cornerstone. He took a step forward and arrived above the crimson abyss, his whole body stepping on the abyss crack. The abyss trembled visibly. Shi Tai then punched out. His punches were slow, heavy, and condensed to the extreme. They looked unbearably slow. However, it was filled with a sense of immortality and immortality. It was as if this punch could stop the vicissitudes of the world, the alternation of the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, the crimson abyssal crack seemed to be frozen. Time and space stopped. Only the ferocious aura of the 9 underworlds continued to rise, as if it had been infuriated by Shi Tai. An incomparably terrifying existence was about to rush out from the crack. The profound light divine armor on Shirtai's body flickered with black light. His punch was as heavy as 1,000 mountains, causing the edges of the spatial rift to distort. The power of suppressing the ocean and supporting the heavens forcibly suppressed that crimson deep abyss crack. The crimson crack resembled a wound of the 8 extremities world. At this moment, it twisted intensely, wanting to struggle and expand. However, it was locked in place by Shirtai's fist intent, unable to expand any further. There seemed to be a ferocious beast trapped within the crack, wanting to break free of its cage and descend into this world, rampaging rampantly. The Great 9 Underworld's door was successfully locked in place by Shirtai. However, Yan Zhaoge and the others still could not let down their guard. Above the golden tower, that door condensed of blood-red light had already begun to dissipate like smoke into the wind. The radiance of the tower itself also gradually dimmed, as it seemed to have turned into an ordinary stone tower. The numerous black spirit patterns entangling the golden tower similarly broke apart and dissipated. The domain of devilish qi that enveloped the Wang family ancestral ground did not dissipate at all, instead gradually beginning to change. The black domain of devilish qi was currently gradually turning blood-red. Currently, the source of the devilish domain's power had already become that terrifying Great 9 Underworld's door. The original formation, having exhausted its power and having completed its mission, began to dissipate completely. However, only now did an even more terrifying devilish domain descend into this world. The true devilish domain. Enveloped by the majestic blood-red devilish qi, Yan Zhaoge and the others all felt the various negative emotions within their hearts being magnified many times over. As compared to when they had been within the black devilish domain earlier, it was even more difficult to stabilize their minds now. This was especially so with the descent of the 9 underworlds, bringing them extremely great pressure. At this moment, uneasiness and even wariness and fear were all growing unceasingly. The impulses to destroy and slaughter that accompanied it were also increasing unceasingly. Everyone, Shirtai included, had to restrain the various evil thoughts within their hearts, ensuring that they would not be corroded by the 9 underworlds. This way, with their attention diverted, their strength would all be reduced. Shirtai, suppressing the Great 9 Underworld's door, faced the greatest pressure. The crimson deep abyss down below distorted even more intensely. Vaguely, there seemed to be dark red blood about to surge out from within the crimson deep abyss. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, picking up the pillar of the divine palace and expanding the immortal crane wings on his back, he rapidly glided towards the crimson deep abyss. Having arrived above the deep abyss, Yan Zhaoge patted the pillar of the divine palace. There were numerous patterns of light on the pillar, flickering with a dazzling light as it smashed down towards the crimson deep abyss down below. Suppressed by the pillar of the divine palace, the crimson deep abyss that was currently locked in a contest of strength with Shirtai instantly plummeted. Shirtai exhaled and roared, his fist intent unleashing to the maximum as the bloodied water that was surging out of the crimson deep abyss was instantly suppressed back within. The aura of the 9 underworlds skyrocketed violently, seemingly unable to contain its rage, unwilling to retreat. The blood-red devilish qi was broken apart, a group of people rushing in. It was the first seat elder of the Sand region and the others. Seeing the changes occurring in the devilish domain, knowing that Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai's plan had most likely succeeded, they hurried over to reinforce them. While the first seat elder of the Sand region was far inferior to Shirtai, he was still an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster expert, also a powerful force. With his addition, the Great 9 Underworld's door instantly fell into a complete disadvantage, beginning to close up. The aura of the 9 Underworlds skyrocketed, a final feeling of madness emanating from within. Now, from the red light of the deep abyss, numerous streaks of black light suddenly shot into the skies, striking towards Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai. Elder Tsong and the other Broad Creed Mountain Martial Grandmaster experts all came forward, blocking for Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai. But that black light was incomparably violent and brutal. Even with the cultivation bases of Elder Tsong and the other Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, they were all sent flying backwards one after another. As the black light exploded, a spirit vessel Martial Grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain, in a moment of carelessness, had his right hand directly blown off. 9 Underworlds in Thunder. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. Seeing that Shi Tai and the Sand Region's first seat elder had already stabilized the crevice, Yan Zhaoge controlled the pillar of the Divine Palace, suppressing those incoming 9 Underworlds in Thunder. After being suppressed by the pillar of the Divine Palace, the remaining Netherworld in Thunders turned into jet-black lightning beads. But it was still enough to shake the pillars of the Divine Palace. Yan Zhaoge and the pillar of the Divine Palace fell together onto the ground. Then, he saw a jet-black orb of thunder roll to a place just inches away from him. Right at this moment, an enormous figure suddenly charged out from beside him. It lowered its head and picked up the lightning pearl with its mouth before swiftly running off into the distance. Yan Zhaoge stared wide-eyed. Pan Pan. Chapter 257. Pan Pan suddenly rushed out. His usually fat and clumsy frame was now as fast as lightning as he lowered his head and picked up the orb of thunder before Yan Zhaoge before speeding off into the distance. In the next instant, a loud boom resounded, and the jet-black lightning exploded with a loud bang, soaring into the sky. Yan Zhaoge stared wide-eyed at the dense smoke roiling in that direction, a massive, deep crater having been blasted out where he had been. The 9 Underworlds in Thunder exploded, a brutal chi overflowing in all directions, affecting Yan Zhaoge's senses as he could only worry helplessly. Consecutively wielding the Eye of the Thunder Emperor and the Pillar of the Divine Palace had been extremely taxing on Yan Zhaoge, as a feeling of weakness assaulted him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu cheered in unison. Then, he saw a fat figure emerge from the thick smoke with some nimbleness. Pan Pan returned to Yan Zhaoge's side in a charmingly naive manner, extending his tongue to lightly lick him. From the looks of it, it had thrown away the Yin lightning in time and was not injured by it. It was only grazed by the aftershock. Yan Zhaoge instantly heaved a sigh of relief as the feeling of fatigue and weakness surged even more madly, virtually wanting to drown him within. Back then, Yan Zhaoge had forcibly raised his spirits and turned to look in another direction. There, Shi Tai and the first seat elder of the Sand Continent worked together, and finally completely suppressed the Crimson Abyss. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, forcibly standing up. Retracting his left hand, he exhaled, punching out with his right hand. Under the stimulation of the martial Dao fist intent, the demonic domain Great Array, which had already been extinguished, suddenly lit up again, and its power was extremely strong, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Eldest apprentice uncle, make your preparations, Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone. Shi Tai nodded his head. Then, numerous black runes wrapped around Shi Tai's body like chains. The black spirit patterns converged with Shi Tai as their center. Yan Zhaoge abruptly squatted down, one knee on the ground as he punched the ground with his right fist. The demonic domain Great Formation suddenly reversed, and the black formation patterns all began to reverse with Shi Tai as the center, drawing in the seemingly endless blood-red devil chi in the surroundings. They surged towards Shi Tai. Shi Tai's expression was firm and unwavering. His entire body seemed to have transformed into Vajra, eternally sturdy and unmoving. He was like a rock by the sea. No matter how the storm raged or how the waves crashed against it, it remained motionless. When the black runes drew the blood-colored demonic chi to his body, Shi Tai's hands suddenly formed a ring and slapped down towards the crimson abyss below. Large amounts of blood-colored demonic chi. Through his body, it was continuously poured into the crimson abyss. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath before inhaling deeply, resembling a whale inhaling water. He stood up again and strode forward. With a single leap, he arrived behind Shirtai. Yan Zhaoge's left fist, retracted by his waist, mightily punched out, landing squarely on Shirtai's back. Shirtai received Yan Zhaoge's fist calmly. The devilish domain grand formation circulated in reverse, all the spirit pattern chains coiling together behind Shirtai's back, forming a devilish, complicated pattern with Yan Zhaoge's left fist as the center, inscribed within the air. Below, the crimson abyss emitted an unwilling will, but with an unstoppable momentum, it finally closed. The shattered earth mended once again. The distorted space and time. Everything returned to normal. The 9 underworlds, which was about to descend, was forcibly blocked back. Yan Zhaoge let out a long roar, that strange rune hovering between his left fist and Shirtai's back beginning to change. The rune transformed into a streak of light. It split into 2, one in front and one behind, respectively landing on Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai. One portion transformed into a mark that resembled a brand, landing on the back of Yan Zhaoge's left hand. The other portion entered Shirtai's clothes, disappearing without a trace, but also transformed into a similar pattern. It remained on Shirtai's back. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's heart could finally be at ease. Surveying their surroundings, the domain of devilish qi had already dissipated, no traces of it left to be seen. That bewitching, terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble in fear had also disappeared. Above their heads, the sky was clear. Seeing the light of day once more, it was as bright and clear as before. The Sand Region's first seat elder came forward, asking, "Elder Zhaoge, how do you feel?" Shirtai shook his head, "I'm fine." "I'm fine too." Yan Zhaoge answered, "However, after this, eldest apprentice uncle and I both need to cultivate, slowly dissolving the devilish mark. When it has completely disappeared, there will no longer be any future problems." Now, it was equivalent to Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai sharing the pressure of the opening of the Great 9 Underworld's door. Before the devilish mark disappeared, if one of them died, the other would have to bear even more pressure. If the two of them both died, and the devilish mark had still not completely disappeared, there would be a possibility of the Great 9 Underworld's door here in Yunwu County of the Sand Region reopening. The Sand Region's first seat elder said, "We will escort you back to the clan as soon as possible. Leave the aftermath here to this old man." Yan Zhaoge said, "In that battle just now, I expended quite a bit of my vitality. It'll be fine as long as I recuperate and recover." After recovering, with the devilish mark on my back, I won't be affected too much when fighting with others. As long as I don't die, the devilish mark will not reopen. Being able to successfully resolve this massive crisis, everyone here now revealed heartfelt smiles on their faces. Turning, Shirtai gazed at Yan Zhaoge, a rare warm smile appearing on his usually cold, stern face. "Zhaoge, it's all thanks to you this time." This simple sentence caused everyone to jump in fright. Shirtai praising someone was already an extremely rare thing to see. Praising someone like this was even rarer. Especially when the other party was still a young man, a martial scholar. When the news spread, it was simply too shocking, hard to believe. However, looking at Yan Zhaoge opposite Shirtai, everyone, the Sand Region's first seat elder included, felt at ease within their hearts, instead feeling that it was only natural, that it should be like this. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Eldest apprentice uncle speaks too seriously. It's all thanks to you, all thanks to every single fellow disciple of Broad Creed Mountain here, all thanks to everyone. This battle was incomparably dangerous. If we were not careful, we would have to seal the Great 9 Underworld's door, engaging in a battle to the death with the 9 Underworld's evil devils, buying time for the other experts of our clan to come to our aid. Forcefully shouldering the risk borne by the South Heaven region, taking the initiative to charge into battle, this isn't something that just anyone can do." Yan Zhaoge cupped his fists, bowing towards the surrounding people, "It's all thanks to everyone here." Elder Tsong sighed emotionally, "No, it's all thanks to you, Zhaoge. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the chance to choose, only able to watch as the worst-case scenario came true." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he sighed within his heart. This young man had actually borne an extremely great amount of pressure. No matter what the situation was over in the South Heaven region, with the Devilish Domain Grand Formation having been reactivated here, if the plan failed and the 9 underworlds really descended here, Yan Zhaoge would definitely be blamed quite a bit. Even if he had saved the completely unprepared South Heaven region, reducing the overall losses, people would often unconsciously overlook the possibility of it not coming true, instead remembering more that Yan Zhaoge had restored the Devilish Domain Grand Formation that had originally already been destroyed, causing the 9 underworlds to descend here in the Sand region. The more one did, the more mistakes one made, the less one did, the less one made. Not doing anything was not bad. Daring to step forward at a critical moment required both responsibility and courage in the first place. The group of Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmasters all solemnly cupped their fists towards Yan Zhaoge. This time, it was all thanks to you, Zhaoge, that we were able to turn the tides. Chapter 258. With the descent of the 9 underworlds having been stopped, the Battle of the Sand Region's Yunwu County's Wang family ancestral ground also finally came to an end. In this battle, Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners had similarly suffered losses, but fortunately, it was only a few. Supporting each other, temporarily treating their wounds, under the arrangements of the Sand Region's first seat elder, they began to deal with the aftermath, cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, the Wang family of Yunwu County had been virtually exterminated, with only a small number of them having been captured and interrogated afterwards. Other than that, a portion of the Decimating Abyss martial practitioners, the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain included, had also been captured alive. What awaited them was similarly cruel interrogation, even death. Following behind Shirtai, Yan Zhaoge left the Wang family ancestral ground. In the distance, there was still a large amount of desert, but having left Yunwu County, signs of human habitation could be seen. Because of the natural environment, the population of the Sand region was less than that of the Heaven Domain's South Heaven region. However, there were also quite a few densely populated areas, where many ordinary commoners lived. Looking at these people, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Feeling something, he swiveled his head, seeing Shirtai gazing at the distant town, a hint of a smile also appearing on his usually cold, stern face. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, raising his left hand. On the back of his left hand, there was a pattern that resembled a brand. This mark was crimson like blood, as though it was not just engraved on the flesh and blood of Yan Zhaoge's hand, but instead seemed to have penetrated deep into his very soul. Looking at this from the side, Ah Hu scratched his big head. Young master, you have performed a great merit this time. However, having such a thing imprinted on your hand is also very troublesome. According to what you said, before this devilish mark is dispelled, if something happens to you and Elder Shur, the great 9 underworld's door here in the Sand region may descend once more. Will the remnants of the Decimating Abyss specifically come to kill the two of you? Yan Zhaoge nodded. This is a very possible thing. Therefore, we have to be careful of this problem from now on. Ah Hu pulled back the corners of his lips. This really is a headache. Yan Zhaoge looked at the devilish mark on the back of his left hand. It's also not completely a bad thing. Other than some risks, other than the clan's reward, there were also some additional gains this time. Ah Hu was somewhat at a loss. He also looked at the back of Yan Zhaoge's hand. What other gains were there? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin with his right hand, looking at his left hand as he said, through this operation as well as this mark which is now left on my hand, I have gained a much deeper understanding of the 9 underworlds and the Decimating Abyss. Know yourself and know your enemy. Only then could one win 100 battles. The reason why the situation in Yunwu County was so dangerous was that no one expected the Decimating Abyss to change the operation of the Demonic Domain Grand Array to produce such a change. I was caught unprepared and could only adapt to the situation. Yan Zhaoge put down his left hand. While adapting to the changing circumstances is a word of praise, isn't it also a kind of helplessness? If everything goes according to plan, the risk will be much lower. Feng Yunsheng was also observing the devilish mark on Yan Zhaoge's body from the side. Noticing her gaze, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. How is it? I told you before. Last time at Clear Concealed Lake, I wasn't familiar with this formation. Afterwards, I carefully put in some effort. Only now have I truly displayed my skills. Seeing that he was purposely acting as if he was asking for praise, Feng Yunsheng couldn't help but laugh involuntarily, and her mind became much more relaxed. She gave him a thumbs up and said, yes, 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 it's because I was inexperienced last time. Please don't take it to heart. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. Very good, this child is worth teaching. Because of the devilish mark, Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai did not intend to continue staying in the Sand region, instead returning to Broad Creed Mountain in the Central Heaven region. Before leaving, the two of them arrived at Suzhou City. Xue Fei had been specially transferred to Suzhou to temporarily fill the vacancy of Suzhou's deacon because of the chaos in the Sand Continent. This time, the trouble did not occur in Suzhou but in the neighboring Yunwu County. This made Xue Fei somewhat useless. But he did his duty faithfully. They firmly guarded Suzhou to prevent the enemy from creating a diversion, allowing the situation in Suzhou to be abnormally stable. Now that the incident in Yunwu County was over, there was no longer a need for Xu Fei to remain in office. After all, when he first came to Suzhou, it was a special case. However, he had no way of returning to Broad Creed Mountain together with Yan Zhaoge, Shi Tai, and the others. He still had to wait until the situation had completely stabilized and the next acting elder of Suzhou had arrived. Only then could he return to Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai, after paying his respects to Shi Tai, Xue Fei looked at Yan Zhaoge, lightly punching him on the shoulder. I've heard everything that happened. Good job. Without re-establishing the devilish formation, the location of the Great Nine Underworld's door had changed. The Sand region had been preserved, while the South Heaven region had suffered. To Yan Zhaoge and the other martial practitioners who had participated in the attack on the Wang family ancestral ground, there would naturally be some responsibility. However, it would be shouldered by everyone. Even Elder Tsong, who had personally destroyed the Golden Tower, would not be singled out as a scapegoat. The decimating abysses heaven and earth great shift this time had surpassed everyone's predictions. If they really had to be held accountable, Broad Creed Mountain's entire strategy had been schemed against by the enemy. It was not their fault. And with the re-establishment of the devilish formation, while the South Heaven region had been preserved, if they had not been able to block the Nine Underworlds back, causing it to descend in the Sand region, Yan Zhaoge, who had proposed this solution, would have to bear at least half the blame. Even if Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts all knew that Yan Zhaoge's plan had actually avoided the worst possible outcome, reducing their losses, with no fault being meritorious. However, in the eyes of the middle and lower echelon martial practitioners, especially those of the Sand region, they might not be able to understand this point. At that time, innumerable blame would come crushing down on Yan Zhaoge like a landslide. Maintaining silence, one would be safe for a short period of time. At the same time, it would be hard to punish the masses. Even if punishment was meted out, it would be everyone being punished together, the punishment not being too heavy. Stepping forward bravely, one's life would be at great risk. Even if one was lucky enough to survive, there was also the possibility of being singled out by the masses, being cursed by everyone. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Xue Fei sighed lightly. Good job, Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. If it were you, eldest apprentice uncle, they would also have made the same choice. Xue Fei also smiled, patting Yan Zhaoge's shoulder. Retracting the smile on Yan Zhaoge's face, he hesitated for a moment before saying, there is something that I feel that you should know. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge glanced at the nearby Shi Tai. Eldest apprentice uncle already knows. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Shui Fei froze where he was. His will was firm and steady. After a moment of shock, he regained his wits, falling into deep thought. Looking at the uncontrollable grief that surfaced within Shui Fei's eyes, Yan Zhaoge also let out a great sigh. Currently, it is still impossible to verify, it is only my personal guess. Saying this, it is just in case, and I mean in case it is true. I want you to be mentally prepared. Within the devilish domain grand formation at the bottom of clear concealed lake, Shui Fei had also clashed with that masked martial grandmaster. Carefully thinking back to that scene, he knit his brows tightly. Shaking his head, Shui Fei took off the wineskin at his waist, fiercely gulping down a mouthful before wiping his mouth, saying emotionally, "Relax, I'm fine." After taking their leave of Shui Fei, Yan Zhaoge, Shi Tai, and the others immediately returned to Broad Creed Mountain. While it was a long and arduous journey, with Shi Tai bringing them along, they still very quickly returned to the clan. Someone was already waiting there, bringing good news. The escaping Elder Lu has already been captured by Elder Yan. Chapter 259. The previous wave of attacks completely emptied my health bar. Everyone, please allow me to recover some health. As long as I have extra manuscripts, I will definitely do my best to add more to everyone. Please support the official subscription and monthly tickets. Thank you. Elder Lu was the person who had previously hidden behind the scenes and directed the Devil Chi from the Sand region to the South Heaven region. An Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster expert, another higher echelon expert of Broad Creed Mountain who had been corroded by the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss after Elder Wang. After his identity had been exposed, he had immediately attempted to flee. However, in the end, he had still not been able to escape the clutches of Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, as he had been captured and brought back. When Yan Zhaoge saw him once more, while this old man's spirit was dispirited and listless, his gaze was arrogant and fearless as he just smiled coldly at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. This included the old sect Yuan Zhengfeng as well as Fang Zhuan and Shi Tai, all of them frowned as they looked at Elder Lu. Senior Martial Brother Wang's problem is his lifespan, Yuan Zhengfeng said slowly. What about you, Junior Martial Brother Lu? What caused you to end up like this? Elder Lu turned to look at Yuan Zhengfeng and sized him up with a strange gaze. After a while, Elder Lu said, Senior Brother Yuan. I haven't called you that in a long time. Ever since you became the sect leader, I've been calling you sect leader. Yuan Zhengfeng's expression did not change, but there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. In the outside world, every single descendant of Broad Creed Mountain was a heaven's favored son. For example, while Elder Lu was not a peak expert within Broad Creed Mountain, leaving Broad Creed Mountain, he would immediately be a hegemon-level figure. Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters outside of the 6 great sacred grounds were few and far between. Being able to become an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, Elder Lu was already an achievement that surpassed countless people. However, there would always be a higher mountain. Even if they were all geniuses, there would always be a higher mountain. There were also differences in strength between them. For example, Yuan Zhengfeng and Xian Dongping were the most outstanding figures of their generation. As for Elder Wang and Elder Lu, they were geniuses among geniuses. However, compared to Yuan Zhengfeng, he paled in comparison. Elder Wang had joined earlier than Yuan Zhengfeng, while Elder Lu had joined later. Looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, Yuan Zhengfeng seemed to see the image of the elegant young man who had asked him for advice on a difficult problem in martial arts. However, Elder Lu continued to speak in a strange tone. Senior Brother Yuan, I've always found it strange. Aren't you worried at all? Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze hardened as he gazed at Elder Lu, while Elder Lu was also looking at him. After becoming a martial saint, the power and position that will be brought about will not be mentioned for now. Dealing with the pressure of the sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglei will also not be mentioned for now. Most importantly, senior brother Yuan, your lifespan is about to run out because of your old injuries, right? Elder Lu chuckled and said, although you are a transcendent martial grandmaster, your lifespan is shorter than other transcendent martial grandmasters. How much lifespan do you have left? How about 10 years? If it's 10 years, what about 20? Yuan Zhengfeng's gaze turned calm as he looked calmly at Elder Lu, saying candidly, if I were to estimate it myself, if I don't step into the martial saint realm, it should be around 10 to 15 years. Elder Lu's expression was a little sorrowful. Right, I also only have around 10 years left at most. A few years ago, chatting with senior brother Wang, he mentioned that his lifespan might already be less than 10 years. It is true that his cultivation base is higher than mine, but he is also much older than me. Now, he doesn't have many years left. Elder Lu looked at Yuan Zhengfeng, senior brother Yuan, watching yourself step by step towards the end of your lifespan just like this. How do you feel in your heart? Yuan Zhengfeng asked mildly, is this the reason? Elder Lu said, let me face sabers and swords, let me battle with other martial practitioners, I will not fear it. Even if the enemy is stronger than me, even if the chances are small, I will still have the chance to struggle. While it is rare for the weak to defeat the strong, it is not impossible. Until the final moment, victory and defeat are still unknown. Elder Lu's expression turned cold. However, my current opponent is the heavens. Having worked so hard till now, I can already see clearly that under normal circumstances, there is already no hope for me to advance any further in my cultivation base. In this battle for longevity against the heavens, I am unable to win. I have already lost, with no chance of victory at all. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng, Elder Lu laughed bitterly, senior brother Yuan, your old injuries prevent you from having sufficient confidence in breaking through into the martial saint realm. However, that is because you are our clan's chief, Broad Creed Mountain's current strongest expert. Surrounded by powerful enemies in the outside world, you do not dare to take the risk lightly, because if any mishap occurs, Broad Creed Mountain might collapse. However, you at least have hope. You can go all out, have the possibility of winning. Just like in battle with a powerful enemy, you can be killed by the enemy, but you can also defeat the enemy. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, oh, that's a pity. You no longer have that chance now. Unless there was a huge incident like the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, which required many experts to work together. It was also difficult for them to determine whether the other was from the decimating abyss. Instead, because of Elder Lu's exposure, it was like pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud. Among the middle and lower-ranked martial artists, those who had been corrupted by him, were also exposed. Exiting the disciplinary hall, Yan Zhaoge followed behind Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, the atmosphere in the group somewhat heavy. Fang Zhuan said softly, it was my mistake. Elder Lu's recent departure from the mountain and transfer of some resources were all approved by me. I'm still not vigilant enough. Yuan Zhengfeng waved his hand. None of us knew what was needed to set up the demonic domain formation. You can't be blamed for this. The resources that you approved were all within junior brother Lu's authority. He walked a few steps in front of them. Swiveling his head to look at Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai, he smiled, you did very well this time. It was all thanks to you. Otherwise, with the Great Nine Underworld's door opening unguarded in the heart of the South Heaven region, the results would have been too horrible to contemplate. Shirtai said, it was Zhaoge's idea. Yuan Zhengfeng nodded, smiling. That's right, Zhaoge has performed a great merit again. But my Broad Creed Mountain's resources have long since been emptied in order to reward you. Now, what should I reward you with? Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Grand Master, you just have to think about it a little. They didn't feel offended, instead all laughing. After entering the clan's main hall, Yuan Jingfeng sat down on the main seat, saying, other than the problem of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, another major matter has occurred recently. The old man's expression turned somewhat solemn. There is definite news that during this period of time, while our clan was dealing with the decimating abyss, the Sacred Sun clan obtained a purple essence containing jade in the southern wilderness. Currently, Yan Di and Fang Zhuan were already aware of it, but this was the first time Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai had heard of it. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. The purple essence containing jade was an extremely rare treasure, even rarer than the imitation killing jade. Similarly, it was already a thing of legend, not having appeared in this world for many years, generally believed to have already been completely extinct. In terms of preciousness, this thing was much more important than the imitation killing jade, because it was of great benefit to the cultivation of martial saints. The Sacred Sun clan obtaining the purple essence containing jade held great significance, signifying that the possibility of the east-coming martial saint Huang Guanglia advancing a step further was even greater. A pity that the extreme Yin crown is currently not in our hands, and the decimating abyss is constantly drawing in our attention. Yan Zhaoge shook his head rather regretfully. After Infinite Boundless Mountain had formed an alliance with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, if any of the three had the extreme Yin crown, they would be able to suppress the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating peak even as they restrained the Heavenly Thunder Hall, forcing Huang Guanglia to leave seclusion early no matter what. However, now that the extreme Yin crown was in the hands of Turbid Wave Pavilion and the Sacred Sun clan had retracted their defenses at their world-illuminating peak, their hopes were very low. Yuan Jingfeng said, while we have been working hard on our plans, our opponents have similarly not been idle. Everyone nodded in unison. Now, Yuan Jingfeng's sound transmission suddenly resounded by Yan Zhaoge's ear. Speaking of this, you still have a great merit. Yan Di mentioned to this old man that you also contributed to that heaven-returning divine pill. Yan Zhaoge controlled himself not to look at Yuan Jingfeng, maintaining a nonchalant look on his face. In the entire Broad Creed Mountain, there were only a scant few who clearly knew the secret of the heaven-returning divine pill. Even among Yan Zhaoge's side, only who knew about it. Currently, the people in the Great Hall, Shi Tai and Fang Zhuan, also did not know about the matter of the heaven-returning divine pill. This could be said to be Broad Creed Mountain's current top secret. Other than those who had handled it, only the old clan chief, Yuan Jingfeng, knew about it. Glancing at Yan Di, warmth arose within Yan Zhaoge's heart. According to the results of their initial discussion, the main credit should be given to Yan Di alone as much as possible. But from the looks of it now, his father was still very concerned about him. Yan Di's expression was similarly as per usual. Like Yan Zhaoge, neither father nor son revealed anything at all. Now, an old man and an old woman walked in. They were precisely the 2 grand elders of Broad Creed Mountain. Other than them, there was also another old man, shockingly the Xian Dongping, who had never once left the martial repository. For a time, all of Broad Creed Mountain's core decision-makers here, other than a long-time elder who guarded over the heaven-sealing gorge, were all present. Looking at them, Yuan Jingfeng said slowly, you all already know about the matter of the Sacred Sun clan obtaining the purple essence containing jade. To us, time is already of the utmost urgency. Therefore, this old man has decided to formally enter secluded cultivation in the next few days, attempting to break through into the martial saint realm. Chapter 261. Hearing that Yuan Jingfeng had decided to go into seclusion to break through to the martial sacred realm, most of the people present had heavy hearts. Broad Creed Mountain's current #1 female expert, the Grand Elder of Broad Creed Mountain of the same generation as Yuan Jingfeng, Elder He, looked at Yuan Jingfeng and said in a heavy tone, Chief, your old injury. Yuan Jingfeng's expression was tranquil. We've already dragged it out for a long time. If we don't fight now, we might not be able to in the future. For a long time now, the external situation has been too grim. This old man has wanted to risk it all, but I didn't dare to leave and go into seclusion. The current situation is the best we've seen in years. If you don't dare to make a move now, then there's no need to make a move. Of course, the more crucial reason is that if this old man does not succeed, and the Sacred Sun clan's old man Huang succeeds, the situation that had just taken a turn for the better with great difficulty will instantly reverse, and will also be unprecedentedly grim. We can only hope that Turbid Wave Pavilion will also stand on our side. Otherwise, whether you and I can even talk peacefully here will become a question. Yuan Jingfeng sighed softly. Now, we don't have master to shelter us from the wind and rain. Yan Zhaoge was the only young disciple here as he quietly listened to the conversation of Yuan Jingfeng and the others. Yuan Jingfeng's master, Yan Di's Grand Master, Yan Zhaoge's Great Grand Master, was precisely the chief of Broad Creed Mountain after the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Dongge, the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo. In terms of seniority, Zhan Dongge was Yan Zhaoge's Grand Senior Apprentice Granduncle, as well as Yan Di, Shi Tai, and the others. Still, due to the unique influence of these two legendary figures, ever since Yan Di and Shi Tai's generation, it had become customary to address them as Ancestor Hantian and Ancestor Heaven Diviner. This form of address was extended to even younger Broad Creed Mountain disciples. The Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo was also Broad Creed Mountain's final martial saint up until now. Ever since his death, Broad Creed Mountain had not produced another martial saint. Yuan Jingfeng and Xian Dongping, who had originally been favored to step into the martial saint realm, were both stuck at the bottleneck of transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Beside Elder He, Broad Creed Mountain's other Grand Elder, Elder Zhang, gazed at Xian Dongping, where his senior apprentice brother Xian Dongping sat there quietly, simply replying, "The heat is not there yet." Elder He and Elder Zhang both sighed. This old man has decided to go into seclusion. It's hard to predict whether this seclusion will be good or bad, and I don't know how long it will take, so I need someone to be there while I'm in seclusion. Temporarily take up this old man's burden. Are you willing to bear it? Yan Di's expression did not change as he stood up from his seat, then slowly knelt down before Yuan Jingfeng. This disciple will strive to the utmost, not letting down master and the clan's trust. By the side, Fang Zhuan's expression was as per usual. Xian Dongping's gaze was quietly focused on Yan Di before Yuan Jingfeng. Looking at Yan Di, Yuan Jingfeng said, "While you are only temporarily taking over the position of chief, everyone will know that master is about to enter secluded cultivation in an attempt to break through into the martial saint realm. What the Sacred Sun clan thinks is not important. Whether it is us or them, we all know that we are fighting against time. However, as the news spreads, it is hard to predict what Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City will think." Yuan Jingfeng encouraged, "During this period of time, the situation is delicate. How you grasp it will depend on you." Yan Di said calmly, "Rest easy, master. This disciple and the various senior apprentice uncles and senior apprentice brothers will all act carefully." Yuan Jingfeng suddenly smiled, glancing at Yan Zhaoge. Zhaoge has performed a great merit this time. With his cultivation base, there is already virtually nothing left to reward him with. Let the outside world think that this reward was received by a father on behalf of his son. Everyone present laughed. Perhaps some outsiders would indeed think that Yan Zhaoge was helping Yan Di gain face, but deciding on Yan Di to temporarily take over the position of chief naturally wouldn't be just for this reason alone. However, thinking about it carefully, everyone could also feel that from a certain perspective, Yan Zhaoge was really Yan Di's lucky star. More importantly, Yan Zhaoge's current performance was something that no one of the entire Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation could compare to. Before the incident of Yunwu County in the Sand region, Yan Zhaoge had already been groomed as the successor of the next generation. If no major accidents occurred, he was very likely to become the next chief of Broad Creed Mountain in the future. Yuan Jingfeng looked at Yan Di, "Follow master." He rose and walked towards the back of the great hall, Yan Di following behind him. Yan Zhaoge and the others watched Yuan Zhengfeng and his disciple leave, knowing that they were going to complete the handover of the clear qi robe and broad creed grand formation. The great hall fell silent, no one speaking any longer. Elder He and Elder Zhang's gazes swept past Shi Tai and Fang Zhuan, finally coming to rest on Fang Zhuan. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.